Chapter 373. The shop assistant looked at his boss and then at the customer who seemed to be looking for trouble but did not look like one. After a few more glances, the shop assistant was sure that the customer knew his boss. Since they knew each other, the shop assistant had nothing to do with it. His boss would handle the rest. Therefore, the shop assistant picked up a rag and started wiping the shelves. His ears perked up as he was interested in his boss's gossip. After the initial shock, Boss Huang smiled helplessly. He put the newspaper down and took out 2 cigarettes. He put one in his mouth and tossed the other to Mao. Mao caught the cigarette but did not smoke. It waved its hand at Boss Huang's action of lifting the lighter, indicating that it was not going to smoke for the time being. "You've stopped smoking since you have a kid. You're still a heavy smoker," Mao said as he passed the cigarette back to Boss Huang. Boss Huang was a little surprised by Mao's words. He did not expect the naughty and mischievous person to have a kid so soon. In his impression, Mao would only settle down in his 30s, and before that, he would run around and play. "There's a chair over there. Drag it over and have a seat. Don't be shy," Boss Huang said as he put the cigarette back carefully. Mao did not hold back. It dragged a chair over and sat with its legs crossed. It even took a peach from the fruit bowl on the other side of the counter to munch on it. "It's been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect you to become like this," Boss Huang said. "I didn't expect you, Boss Huang, who used to manage a big company with hundreds of people, to stay in a small shop like this. Are you down and out?" Mao chewed on the peach, and his words were not very tactful. "We didn't survive the financial crisis." Boss Huang flicked the cigarette ash and let out a long breath. "I'm really not cut out for that." From what Boss Huang said, Mao knew that Boss Huang had opened the shop in the past 1 or 2 years. The shop did not look new, so Boss Huang must have taken over someone else's shop and stayed in Chuhua City. The shop assistant continued wiping the counter in the corner with his ears perked up. "No wonder I didn't see you when I first came here. I've been coming here for the past 2 years, but I didn't see you around. After getting married and having a kid, I didn't pay much attention to other things. If it wasn't for that show, I wouldn't have thought you would come to Chuhua City. I didn't expect you to watch that show too. Of course, my family has cats too." Mao glanced at the white cat that was squatting on the high shelf and staring at them. "Hey, your cat looks pretty good." Boss Huang smiled without saying a word. The white cat had been introduced in the show, so he did not need to elaborate further. However, he did not know that Mao, who used to hate cats, would raise a cat. Boss Huang also did not expect Mao to find him in the pet show. It seemed that he was not the only one who had changed in the past 2 years. Mao had also changed a lot. In the past, this kid always wore strange clothes and dyed his hair. He looked like a hooligan or a street swindler. Now, he looked like a decent person. After all, he was a father. Mao did not ask too much about Boss Huang's old company. Even though they had not seen each other for a few years, they chatted like old friends. Mao asked why Boss Huang was kind enough to take in Xiaohua, and Boss Huang told him about it. This time, he did not explain it in an official manner like he did with Xiaogua and the others. Instead, he told him the truth. "I heard that the online show has a lot of viewers, and it costs a lot to advertise it. My little shop benefited a lot from the free advertisement. Many people who watched the show have been coming over recently." "Oh." Mao nodded. "I was wondering where Xiaohua got his courage from. So, it's black coal. TSK, it wasn't in the video." "Black coal? That black cat?" Boss Huang recalled and smiled. Back then, the cat was riding on the dog's back. If it wasn't for the cat, the big dog wouldn't have come in. Don't underestimate black coal. It's quite the troublemaker. Mao mentioned something about Jingtan. The two of them chatted until dinner time. Mao then stood up and left. Boss Huang wanted Mao to stay for dinner, but Mao declined. "I still need to prepare cat food when I get back." I'll buy some side dishes tomorrow. Let's have a drink. Sure. Boss Huang did not reject Mao's offer. After all, it was not like Mao lacked money. After Mao left, the shop assistant threw the rag away and ran to the cashier counter. Boss, who's that? An old friend. Boss Huang did not want to say much, but after a pause, he smiled and said, I didn't expect to get so many things in one go. That's right. The shop assistant thought. The next day, when it was almost 5 p.m., Jingtan was walking back from the lakeside villa. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Mao, who was carrying a bag of roast duck and a bag of cooked food. Black Coal, where are you going? Why don't you come with me to the grocery store where you took shelter from the rain? You can get to know someone while you're there. I'll call Professor Jiao later, said Mao. Jingtan thought about it and decided that it was a good idea. Since Mao would call him, he did not have to worry about being scolded. Besides, Mao mentioned the grocery store, which piqued Jingtan's interest, so he went with Mao. During the summer day, especially at noon, there were not many people shopping at the grocery store. Usually, there would be more people at night when the sun went down. When Jingtan and Mao arrived, the sun was still up, so it was still warm. There were not many people in the grocery store. The shop assistant was sitting at the side, playing with his phone while Boss Huang was still reading the newspaper at the counter. As soon as the shop assistant saw Jingtan, his eyes lit up. Jingtan could not help but stop in his tracks. He did not know why the shop assistant looked at him as if he was some RMB. Boss Huang asked the shop assistant to bring out a folding table. He cooked 2 side dishes and brought a few bottles of beer. The 3 of them and the cat made do with the food. When he saw Jingtan eating the same food as them, Boss Huang was curious. Is it okay for the cat to eat like this? It's fine. Mao was not worried at all. After distributing the food to Jingtan, it added a few pieces of roast duck, a few slices of beef, and some side dishes to the counter. Jingtan's table was on the counter. Jingtan did not mind. He ate a lot for lunch and slept for the whole afternoon without moving much, so he was not hungry. He came over to see what kind of expert Boss Huang was. From what Jingtan knew, anyone who was close to Mao was not an ordinary person. When he thought about how Boss Huang subdued the gangster on the rainy day, he was even more curious. As he was thinking, he heard a soft sound. Jingtan looked up. The white cat jumped on the counter and stood half a meter away from Jingtan. It seemed to want to come over as if it was curious about the food in Jingtan's bowl. Jingtan pushed the disposable bowl that Mao had prepared for him closer to his chest and protected the bowl from the cat. He did not want his bowl to be stained with the cat's saliva, and Jingtan was still concerned about that. Jingtan's action was seen by the shop assistant as he was protecting his food. The white cat noticed Jingtan's vigilance, so it stopped approaching. Instead, it stared at Boss Huang and meowed twice. Boss Huang picked up some duck meat without sauce and put it beside the white cat's feet. The white cat sniffed it and ate it reluctantly, causing the shop assistant to pout. You were more obedient when you first came here. Now, you know how to put on airs. You're not cute at all. Boss Huang picked up another piece of duck meat and tapped the white cat's head with the other end of the chopstick. You little heartless thing. Not mine. My black rice is very obedient. It doesn't throw a tantrum, Mao said proudly. Jingtan scoffed in his heart and doubted Mao's words. He wanted to listen to more gossip and find out what was so special about Boss Huang, but to his surprise, Mao did not lead the conversation in that direction at all. They only talked about the usual trivial things. Jingtan was so bored that he wanted to take a nap. He regretted coming here. Instead of listening to the boring gossip, he might as well go back and have some good food. After dinner, the sun had set. Some customers had just come to the shop, so the shop assistant went to deal with them. Boss Huang did not have to show up, so Mao and Boss Huang had been drinking and chatting in front of the folding table. However, they had moved the table further inside the shop so that it would not disturb the customers. Jingtan was taking a nap on the counter. He was too lazy to move even when the shop assistant was picking up the items at the counter. All of a sudden, Jing Tan's ears twitched and he looked outside the shop. There was a car and a van outside. The two men who came out of the van were the ones who came to the shop to cause trouble when it rained the other day. When the customers saw the "I'm here to cause trouble" look on their faces, they stopped buying and quickly left. However, they did not go far. They watched from a distance and discussed whether they should call the police if a fight broke out later. Some people nearby saw the situation and joined the discussion. However, most of them were just there to watch the show. Small merchants like them did not want to provoke the gangsters. Air Mao and Boss Huang saw the men as well, but they did not look worried at all. Air Mao even sized up the newcomers with interest. He then stood up and said, "I'll go out first. You take your time." When Air Mao walked to the counter, he called Jing Tan out with him. Jing Tan glanced at Air Mao. He jumped down from the counter and walked out of the shop with Air Mao. Air Mao was still in the mood to buy a melon from a vendor who was pulling a wooden cart. He then leaned against the cart and watched the situation in the shop. Jing Tan did not go far. When he saw that Air Mao did not intend to leave, he jumped onto a small three-wheeled vehicle in front of the car and watched the shop. Inside the shop assistant was anxious. He wanted to call the police when he saw that the men were not friendly, but he was stopped by his boss. Boss Huang saw that the shop assistant looked like he was about to face a great enemy but did not run away, so he asked him to stay aside for a while. The shop assistant was actually very dissatisfied with Air Mao. Air Mao and his boss were like brothers when they were eating just now, but now that there was trouble, Air Mao turned around and ran away. Among the 9 men who came, the leader was called Brother Yu. He had a dragon tattoo on his arm, and the word Azure Dragon was beside it as if he was afraid that people would not know that it was the Azure Dragon. Brother Yu walked up to Boss Huang with his underlings. He raised his chin and asked, "Him?" "Yes, Brother Yu. That's him," said the young man whose hand was twisted by Boss Huang. Boss Huang was not in a hurry. He took out a pack of cigarettes and tapped on the cigarette box with his finger. A cigarette popped up and was caught between 2 fingers. The cigarette twirled between his fingers before it stopped. Boss Huang handed the cigarette to Brother Yu and said, "Give it a try." "Hey, who wants your lousy?" Before the lackey could finish his sentence, Brother Minyu had already taken the cigarette from Boss Huang's lighter. He even lit the cigarette and took a puff of it. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" Boss Huang lit one for himself. "I heard that there's a KTV on the street. It's pretty good." "Yeah, the girls there are very hot." Brother Yu nodded and agreed. The lackey did not know what Brother Yu meant. He thought that Brother Yu had his own plans, so he did not say anything. Usually, when Brother Yu was talking, he would not let them interrupt. "This is the right time to go there," Boss Huang said. "Indeed," Brother Yu replied while smoking. The 2 lackeys who had been taken advantage of by Boss Huang before were a little anxious. The atmosphere was different from what they had imagined. The more they looked at them, the more they felt like they were old friends chatting. "Didn't Brother Yu say that he did not know this person?" Jing Tan also found it strange. Moreover, when Boss Huang took out the cigarette, Jing Tan had a very strange feeling. He could not tell what it was, but he just felt strange. Boss Huang chatted for a while more before he said, "All right, I won't keep you from having fun. Farewell. I won't see you out." Brother Yu turned around and left with the cigarette in his mouth. "Brother Yu?" The lackeys behind him did not understand what their boss meant. They could only follow him and leave. Seeing this, the people who had wanted to watch the show were disappointed. The onlookers also dispersed. All bark and no bite. There was nothing to see. Jing Tan was standing very close to the car. The rear window of the car was not closed after the Brother Yu entered the car. Therefore, Jing Tan could clearly hear the conversation inside. "Brother Yu, what should we do now?" asked one of the men sitting in the driver's seat. "Of course we're going to the KTV on the street. Do you even need to ask?" Brother Yu said with a tone that said, "You are all idiots. Hearing such an answer, the man choked. This was not what they had planned. Didn't they say that they were going to teach the shop owner a lesson? Another person sitting in the front passenger seat also said, "Brother Yu, are we just going to let the owner of that shabby shop go?" The owner of a shabby shop? Who? Brother Yu asked. That's. The person in the front passenger seat also choked. What did Brother Yu mean? Was he pretending to be stupid or not to mention it? The person in the front passenger seat did not say anything. After all, he was not the one who wanted revenge this time. What was there to worry about? Brother Yu sat in the car, smoking and thinking about what kind of girl to accompany him at the KTV later. Brother Yu, I think we should have taught that person a lesson just now. The person sitting next to Brother Yu could not help but say. He was familiar with Brother Yu, so he dared to say a lot of things. His brothers were already showing their arrogance. You want us to pretend to be weak? Just now? Brother Yu forcibly withdrew his thoughts from the girl accompanying him at the KTV and thought about the words of the person next to him. Just now? What happened just now? Something seemed to have happened just now. What was it? Brother Yu felt a headache. He raised his hand and knocked on his forehead. He waved his hand and stopped thinking about it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and drive. If you don't go now, the good girls will be taken away. If you find some ugly girl to accompany you, you will cry. The other people in the car. Damn, they really wanted to cry now. Chapter 374. On the way back, Jing Tan was still trying to figure out what was going on. Hypnosis? Jing Tan had never seen anyone hypnotized in such a way. However, there were so many people at that time. Why was Minyu the only one who seemed strange? From the beginning to the end, Boss Huang only took out a cigarette and said a few words. Jing Tan wondered if there was something wrong with the cigarette. Maybe it was some kind of drug or something, but the cigarette was no different from the one Boss Huang smoked during lunch. As Jing Tan was thinking, he heard Air Mouse say, "Black Coal, do you know why that guy's nickname is Weasel?" They entered the school from the side entrance, and it took them about 10 minutes to walk to the eastern courtyard. At that time, there were not many people on the path, so no one heard what Air Mao said. Jing Tan looked at Air Mao and perked up his ears. His name is Huang Shu. According to folklore, Weasel has the ability to confuse people. Of course, that guy might not be as evil as those folktales said. He only knew some tricks passed down from his ancestors. Because he had fooled many people, and his name sounded very similar to Yellow Weasel, everyone called him Weasel. Many people know who the person nicknamed Weasel is, but they don't know his real name. Nicknames are much more famous than names. Little tricks? Jing Tan was quite interested in that person's little tricks. It can be considered a relatively special kind of hypnotism. Perhaps it also involves some spiritualism. It's a kind of derivative trick that was once popular in the era of theocracy. Using your cat dad's scientific explanation, it should belong to the category of neuroscience. Of course, with current science and technology, some things are difficult to explain. Some people used to call these tricks heretical or even evil, but we call them folk arts. Every kind of skill that has been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years has its own reason and value. But don't be afraid. Usually, he wouldn't use that kind of trick, especially on people. He rarely used it when he was doing business back then. Of course, tonight's situation is an exception. Also, I told him not to use that kind of trick on you. While Air Mao was talking about Boss Huang, Jing Tan was thinking, even if Boss Huang is a hypnotist, he might be able to hypnotize humans, but can he hypnotize cats, dogs, and even rats? If he had that kind of ability, why would he stay in a small grocery store? However, Jing Tan had seen a lot of people with weird tempers. Just like Air Mao, who didn't live in a high-end elevator house or buy a villa, but chose to rent an apartment in a courtyard in the Eastern District and lived in a small place of about 70 square meters. Everyone had their own ideas. Jing Tan couldn't figure out the thoughts of those weirdos with his own way of thinking. Being able to see Boss Huang's special side made Jing Tan's afternoon trip worthwhile. The next day, Jing Tan went to the grocery store again. Initially, Jing Tan wanted to observe Boss Huang's little tricks more, but he was more curious than afraid about the hypnotic tricks that Mao mentioned. When the shop assistant saw Jing Tan again, he even greeted him with a smile. The shop assistant was still a little dizzy after what had happened last night. He didn't know why those people had come in such a rage and left after saying a few words to the boss. He had asked the boss about it, but the boss had only replied, probably because they were bored and had nothing better to do. The shop assistant couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and kept thinking about what happened last night. He suddenly realized that Mao might have expected something like that, so he went out to watch calmly. It seemed like Boss Huang had a lot of secrets. Young people were always curious, but Boss Huang had no intention of telling him anything. When Jing Tan arrived, there was no one in the store. The shop assistant was playing poker with Boss Huang out of boredom. It was the simplest kind of poker game. Whoever drew the most points would win in 5 rounds, and the loser would be responsible for cleaning the store for the day. Jing Tan jumped up and took a look. On the paper that recorded the results, the shop assistant had lost from the beginning to the end. Every time, it was a best-of-5 format. Even if the shop assistant won 2 rounds in a row, he still couldn't win. Jing Tan believed that this kind of simple game should be based on probability, right? However, the shop assistant didn't win even once. Later on, Rack 1 was marked to Rack 6, which meant that the shop assistant had to clean Rack 1 to Rack 6 alone for the day. The game was still going on, but the shop assistant's bad luck didn't turn for the better. No. Boss, shuffle the cards again, said the shop assistant. He was the one who shuffled the cards just now, but he lost from the beginning to the end. This time, it was Boss Huang's turn to shuffle the cards. He had seen Boss Huang shuffle the cards before, and his shuffling skills were terrible. After Boss Huang shuffled the cards, his luck should be better, right? Boss Huang didn't care. He picked up the cards and shuffled them. Jing Tan had seen Mao play poker before. Back then, Mao used to play fancy cards on the street to fool the female students. Since this person knew Mao, he must be a capable person. Based on his results just now, Jing Tan had a feeling that this person was the same as Mao. Sure. Boss Huang didn't care. He took the cards and shuffled them. His shuffling skills were terrible. He was like a kindergarten kid. When he shuffled the cards, Jing Tan clearly saw a king of spades at the bottom. Jing Tan could see it, and so could the shop assistant. Therefore, after Boss Huang shuffled the cards in such a childish way, the shop assistant said that he would pick first. Sure, Boss Huang answered as if he didn't care. As expected, the shop assistant picked the card at the bottom and flipped it over with a grin. Then, his smile froze. He thought it was a king of spades, but it turned out to be a 3 of hearts. Boss Huang simply picked a king of spades from the middle. This isn't right, boss. How did this happen? I saw a king of spades at the bottom. How did it turn into a 3 of hearts? The shop assistant was puzzled. Boss Huang chuckled and wrote, "Shelf 7, on the notebook beside him. He then said, "Eyes can also lie. You cheated." The shop assistant complained. I'm talking about evidence. If you don't have evidence, don't spout nonsense. This is called being a sore loser, Boss Huang pointed out as if he was an experienced person. I'm not playing anymore. This is too much. The shop assistant put away the cards and planned to buy some lunch. If this continued, he would die of exhaustion from losing. The shop might not be big, but it was tiring to clean all the shelves alone. It was summer, and every little movement would make him sweat. It was almost time, so Jing Tan went to Feng Baijin's place to eat. After Jing Tan left, Boss Huang went through the morning's income. When he saw the white cat jump on the counter again, Boss Huang stared at the greasy spot on its body and took out a 1 yuan coin. The white cat thought Boss Huang wanted to play with it, so it walked over. Boss Huang put the 1 yuan coin on the counter and moved it to the white cat. He held the coin vertically and flicked the edge of the coin, causing it to spin. The white cat lowered its head and looked at the spinning coin. Its tail, which had been wagging, slowly stopped moving. Boss Huang took out a square handkerchief and wet it with water. He then wiped the greasy spot on the white cat's head. The greasy spot must have been accidentally left on the white cat during breakfast. White fur was always like that, so the slightest stain was very obvious. Other than wiping the greasy spot, Boss Huang also gently wiped the white cat's ears. Usually, the white cat would sit on the shelves, and the shelves would only be cleaned once a week or a few weeks. The grocery store by the roadside was like that. There was a lot of dust outside, and the air flow caused by the passing cars would cause a layer of dust to fall on the shelves if they were not cleaned. The white cat often slept on the shelves, so its body was covered in dust. Boss Huang could not bathe it every day, so he had to wipe it every few days. However, the white cat refused to cooperate. When he wiped its fur and ears, it resisted like its life was in danger. Therefore, Boss Huang often resorted to other methods, such as the current situation. After wiping the cat's ears, Boss Huang casually flipped the white cat's fur. He saw the cat carrying a fat rat in its mouth, so he wondered if it was infected with fleas. Cats had to be stroked, and flipping their fur would make them feel uncomfortable. Many cats would resist, including the white cat, but it did not move at all, allowing Boss Huang to do whatever he wanted. After flipping the cat's fur and finding no fleas, Boss Huang was relieved. He did not plan to bathe the cat or buy flea medicine. Putting the towel down, Boss Huang raised his finger and flicked the white cat's nose. The white cat shuddered as if it was awakened. It looked at Boss Huang and the coin beside its paw. It raised its paw and played with the coin, as if it had no idea what had just happened. Looking at the white cat playing with the coin nonchalantly, Boss Huang thought of the black cat that came in the morning. Was the black cat a male or a female? Mao didn't say anything about it, did it? Boss Huang pondered. The white cat in his shop was a female, and the black cat kept coming over. If it was a male, did it have its eyes on the white cat in his shop? He was not sure. The black cat walked with its tail hanging down, so Boss Huang was not sure if it was a male or a female. Boss Huang thought that if he saw the black cat again, he would have to see if it was a male or a female. Even though Mao told him not to play any tricks on the cat, he just wanted to see if it was a male or a female. It would not hurt the cat anyway. Boss Huang picked up the coin that was almost pushed out of the counter by the white cat. He fiddled with the coin in his hand and stopped reading the newspaper. After lunch, he kept an eye on the outside of his shop to see if the black cat would come again. Jing Tan had lunch at Feng Baijin's shop. He watched Feng Baijin play a new game before he jumped on a willow tree by the lake to take a nap before he went back to his shop. Initially, Jing Tan did not plan to enter the grocery store. He was just passing by, but Boss Huang, who had been keeping an eye on the outside, suddenly called out to Jing Tan. "Cole! Cole! Come here!" Boss Huang waved at him. Jing Tan was speechless. Did this guy learn this from Mao? But it was even worse than Mao. Even the word black was omitted. Jing Tan had no idea what Boss Huang wanted, but he still walked over. Boss Huang tapped on the counter. "Come on, Cole. Let's play a game." Boss Huang then took out a hemp rope and dangled it beside the counter. He played with it a little since he usually used it to tease the cat. Jing Tan looked at Boss Huang as if he was looking at an idiot. He did not touch the hemp rope. Instead, he jumped on top of the counter to see what Boss Huang wanted. When Jing Tan jumped on top of the counter, Boss Huang did not care why Jing Tan did not play with the hemp rope. He took out the coin from earlier and flicked it like how he did with the white cat. When the black cat in front of him looked at the coin without moving its tail, Boss Huang thought it was enough. He wanted to grab Jing Tan's tail to see if it was a male or a female. However, the moment his hand touched the tail, his eyelids twitched. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. A black figure flashed in front of him and he only managed to raise his hand to block it. However, he failed to block Jing Tan's kick. Boss Huang almost fell off his chair after the kick to his face. He did not care about the pain on his face as he was shocked. It's ineffective. Chapter 375. After Zheng Tan kicked Boss Huang, he stood at the counter and looked at the man who almost fell off his chair. Although Mao had told Boss Huang not to use such tricks on Zheng Tan had always been wary of people with special abilities like Boss Huang. He was not familiar with Boss Huang. The first time they met was because of the weather. Boss Huang had let them in to take shelter from the rain, and Zheng Tan had thanked him for that. However, ever since he found out that Boss Huang was close to Mao, he knew that Boss Huang was not an honest person. Otherwise, Boss Huang would not have been able to hang out with Mao. There was a saying that birds of a feather flock together. Therefore, even though Zheng Tan knew that Boss Huang did not have any malicious intentions, he was still vigilant to prevent pranks from happening. He did not expect it to happen now. When Boss Huang took out the coin, Zheng Tan had a strange feeling. It was the same feeling he had when Boss Huang played with you that night, so Zheng Tan was on guard. Boss Huang thought that Zheng Tan lowered his head and did not move because Zheng Tan was observing the coin to see if it was different from a normal coin. As for Zheng Tan's tail, it was because he was not a real cat. Other than moving his tail when he was thinking about something or when he was excited, his habits were different from other cats. Since Boss Huang treated Zheng Tan like a normal cat, he was not very cautious around Zheng Tan. On top of that, he had misjudged the strength of Zheng Tan's kick and even tried to grab the cat's tail like a naughty child. He had a death wish, and because of that, he was kicked. Zheng Tan looked at the shocked Boss Huang. He raised his hand and stepped on the coin that was lying flat on the counter. He then flicked it with all his might. The coin flew out and hit the wall behind the counter with a crisp ding. It then rebounded and fell on Boss Huang's head, sliding down his hair. Boss Huang caught the coin. After all, he was a person with experience, so he quickly calmed down. Other than the shock from earlier, he was now more curious. Why did it not work? He was very familiar with the tricks he used on small animals such as cats and dogs. He had never encountered such a situation before. Boss Huang was kicked in the face earlier. Fortunately, he dodged in time and blocked some of the force with his hand, so his nose was not hit. Otherwise, he would be bleeding right now. It seemed that this cat was quite strong. No wonder Mao said not to provoke it. Boss Huang got up and walked to a shelf where there were mirrors of different sizes. He picked one up and looked at it to check the injuries on his face. Since it was not a big problem, he did not bother about it anymore. The minor injuries on his face would heal in no time. Zheng Tan had been paying attention to Boss Huang's movements. From the moment the man walked to the shelf, picked up the mirror, walked to the side to get the cup, and poured the tea leaves into the cup, Zheng Tan had a strange feeling at least 3 times. The first time, Boss Huang even turned around to look at Zheng Tan for a few seconds. The second time, he only glanced at Zheng Tan twice. The third time, he did not look at him, but he did pay attention to Zheng Tan from the corner of his eyes. After that, Zheng Tan did not feel it anymore. Seeing that it was almost time, he left the grocery store and went home. After dinner, Mao went to the grocery store to chat with Boss Huang. Boss Huang told him about Zheng Tan's incident that day. "Didn't I tell you not to provoke that cat for no reason?" Mao frowned. "I just thought of it on the spur of the moment. I didn't plan to do anything to it. I just wanted to see if it was a male or a female, but I didn't expect to get kicked." Boss Huang sighed. "Speaking of which, that cat is really weird." Mao knew what was going on in Boss Huang's mind. Boss Huang had inherited some folk skills from his ancestors, and he had never failed to use them. Today, however, Zheng Tan had given him a hard time. Boss Huang's senses were very sharp. Wherever his target's attention was, he would strike from there. It was impossible to guard against it. Be it humans, cats, or other animals, they had all fallen for his tricks before. Zheng Tan's behavior today was undoubtedly a slap to Boss Huang's face. Of course, Boss Huang was not a petty person who would seek revenge for the slightest grievance. If he could not take down Tang Ling, it was either because his skills were not up to par, or his tricks were useless against Tang Ling. If it was the former, it would take a long time for him to improve his skills, and he would not be able to succeed in a short period of time. As for the latter, it was not up to Boss Huang to decide. No matter how hard he tried, it would be futile because Tang Ling was absolutely immune to it. Boss Huang was glad that it was just a cat and not a human that had a grudge against him. Since he had thought it through, he stopped testing Jing Tan after a few more attempts, and Jing Tan did not feel that weird feeling anymore. Sometimes, I really feel that the cat isn't a cat. It just looks like one. I'm not superstitious. Using the academic explanation from those old guys who study spiritualism, I think it's a supernatural phenomenon. What do you think? Mao asked. Boss Huang shrugged and lit a cigarette. He took a few puffs and said, nothing. No matter how supernatural it is, I'll just take a look at it. I'm too lazy to study it. I still have to stock up on supplies. Mao chuckled and recalled for a while. Back then, when I first met that guy, I stuck a talisman on his head. Ahem. Boss Huang choked on Mao's words. And then? I almost ruined his handsome face. Every time Mao recalled the incident, he would think that he was an idiot. Fortunately, he covered his head with his jacket, so he did not fall for it. Boss Huang chuckled. He felt better after that. For the next few days, Jing Tan did not go to Mao's shop. He only bumped into Mao when he was strolling around the campus and listened to it talk. Mao said that Boss Huang's tricks did not work on Jing Tan. Although Jing Tan believed it, he could not help but wonder why Boss Huang's tricks worked on other animals but not him. Mao and the others did not fall for the trick because they had their own capabilities. As for Jing Tan, he knew himself very well. Among all the explanations that he could think of, the most likely one was his biggest secret. After all, he was not a real cat and he was not a real human. Whether it was the tricks used on humans or animals, none of them worked on Jing Tan. After hearing what Mao said, Jing Tan noticed that Mao's expression was the same as usual. The next day, he went to the grocery store to check on Mao. Boss Huang was not surprised either. His reaction was normal. Jing Tan heaved a sigh of relief. After the summer break, it was the start of the new semester. Every year during the new semester, Boss Huang could earn a huge sum of money. For him, the most important thing now was to ensure that he had enough stock. He would not have the time to go to the grocery store. With his experience from last year, Boss Huang knew how much stock he needed and what kind of goods he needed. As for other matters, he was too lazy to care. In his words, he would be an idiot if he did not earn the money. After all, the stores nearby were busy with the new semester. Boss Huang had a second-hand pickup truck. As a hybrid between a sedan and a truck, it was very practical for him to use both passenger and cargo vehicles. Mao had nothing to do at home. His wife was at home taking care of the kids and he had a nanny around, so he was usually quite free. After knowing that Boss Huang was going to the grocery store, Mao wanted to go out with him. When Mao and Boss Huang talked about it, Jing Tan was listening beside them. Mao wanted to go with Boss Huang to get some fresh air and he also wanted to follow Boss Huang to see some folk artists that Boss Huang knew. Are there a lot of folk artists out there? Jing Tan rarely left the area. Even if he did go out, he would just look at the scenery outside through the car window. He would not pay attention to other things. His understanding of many places only existed on the internet and maps. Even though he had lived in Chuhua City for 6 years, the places he went to were limited. When he first came to the East Side courtyard, Jing Tan even followed the delivery truck from Dongyuan supermarket for fun. After the delivery truck was replaced, he did not follow the truck anymore. The new driver was too sneaky, so Jing Tan did not trust him very much. Mao told Boss Huang about going with him to the grocery store. He looked at Jing Tan beside him and asked if Jing Tan wanted to go with him. Of course, Jing Tan wanted to go, but he still had to inform the Jiao Pa and leave the task to Mao. The Jiao Pa did not object. It was not Jing Tan's first time doing something like this. He only had one request for Jingtan: don't cause trouble. It seemed that in many people's eyes, Jingtan was a troublemaker who would run into trouble wherever he went. No one knew if it was because of Jingtan that so many things happened to Jingtan or because it was a coincidence. Either way, the Jiao family was worried about this. The Jiao Pa had met the grocery store's owner once, and now that Jingtan wanted to go with Boss Huang again, he went to the grocery store to pay him a visit. From what the Jiao Pa knew about Jingtan, he knew that if there was a first time, there would be a second time, a third time, and so on. Maybe in the future, every time Boss Huang went to the grocery store, his cat would go with him. He had to admit that the Jiao Pa knew Jingtan very well. On this day, Mao went to the 5th floor to look for Jingtan, and they went to the grocery store together. When they arrived, Boss Huang was helping them look at the list. On the list were the types and quantities of goods that Boss Huang and his staff had sorted out. They had checked the list yesterday, so they would go through it again before they left. Mattress, mat, electric fan, flashlight, cloth closet, shoe rack, hook, bed table. Boss Huang went through the list one by one. The list was quite long, so Mao did not disturb him. Okay, that's all. Boss Huang folded the list and put it in his pocket. He then called Mao and Jingtan to get into the car. The pickup truck had 2 seats. Mao sat in the front passenger seat while Jingtan sat in the back. They could relax a little when they went out, but when they came back, the back seat would be full of goods. Life is like a book from heaven. Hey, where do I start? The soul doesn't know where to go, where is the way home? Boss Huang loved to sing when he was driving, but Jingtan had never heard the song before. He thought it sounded weird. However, compared to General, it was still bearable. Old Huang, change to something more exciting. This song makes me uncomfortable, said Mao. Boss Huang thought about it and continued singing. The river flows to the east, the stars in the sky. That shivers. Jingtan and Mao were at a loss for words. In the shop, the white cat sat on the shelf. It had no intention of following Boss Huang since it did not go out much. It watched as Boss Huang got into the car and followed it closely. It only turned around when it could no longer see Boss Huang. After Boss Huang left, it glanced at the staff member who sat in the boss seat obediently. The white cat then threw the thing beside its paw at the staff member. The staff member who was sitting in the cashier's chair with his legs crossed and was about to read the newspaper when he saw something black fall and hit the newspaper. F***CK. Chapter 376. Boss Huang had his own supply channels, so it would take some time for them to drive. However, Jingtan and Mao did not focus on the goods they were going to purchase. Instead, they were concerned about the people they might run into during the trip. For example, an auntie who was killing fish in a market or an uncle who set up a stall near a high school. Jingtan felt that they were similar to the sweeping monks in stories. Extreme pretentiousness? Of course, there were more than that. There were also some winners in life who rode in high-end cars and brought bodyguards with them everywhere they went. If Boss Huang had not mentioned it, Jingtan would not have noticed the difference between those people and the others. Art was hidden in life, regardless of whether it was at the bottom or the top. Those people basically minded their own business. Sometimes, Jingtan wondered why those people who hid their skills in the streets would be content with being mediocre. Jingtan believed that as long as they were willing, they could also ride in high-end cars and live in high-rise villas and live a luxurious life. The so-called all-round development meant that those who could achieve all-round development and excel in all aspects were definitely top-notch geniuses. Such people were very few in number, and among the public, as long as one had a skill, one would live a better life than those who were well-developed in all aspects but mediocre in all aspects. Therefore, those people could definitely make a name for themselves with their skills. However, the difference in their living standards was too big. You are not a fish. How can you know the happiness of a fish? Boss Huang understood those people's choice. Jingtan thought about it and agreed. How could Boss Huang know that others were not living well? Who knew if they had a different kind of life in the human world? Jingtan did not have to lament about other people's lives. He was also a different kind of person. Humans had their own lives, and cats had their own ways. Even though Zheng Tan was a fake cat, he had to follow some of the ways of a cat. If he behaved like a human, he would be courting death. However, after becoming a cat, he felt that some cats had a better life than humans. They were more leisurely. Was it good to be a cat? Zheng Tan did not think it was good, but fortunately, he had a good family and knew some good people. Mao, who was looking out of the car window, did not know that the cat behind it was giving them the good person card in its heart. Because there was a traffic jam at the crossroads, it would probably take a few more minutes to get there. Hey, old Huang, that. Mao looked in a direction and nodded. Zheng Tan stood up and leaned against the window, looking in the direction Mao was pointing. There was a patrol officer over there. He looked like a young man in his 20s. Oh, him? I think his surname is Liao, but I don't know his full name. I'm not familiar with him. We only exchanged a few words when we encountered a blackmail in the middle of purchasing goods. He's quite a capable young man, Boss Huang said. Zheng Tan took a look and didn't think there was anything special about that person. But soon, he realized that the police officer who was walking slowly had sped up and was heading straight for the fork in the road ahead. Coincidentally, someone ran out from the other side of the fork, and the police officer pounced on him. The person who ran over was pushed to the ground. That person wanted to resist, but he found that there was a pair of handcuffs on his hands. Zheng Tan didn't even see when the handcuffs were put on him. All he felt was that in the blink of an eye, the handcuffs shone with a cold metallic luster. If it weren't for Mao and Boss Huang's conversation, Zheng Tan wouldn't have noticed the handcuffs at all. Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. When the police officer lifted the person up, 2 other officers ran over from the other side of the road, panting heavily. They were also police officers. When they saw the situation, they smiled and chatted with the police officer. Judging from their expressions, they should be with the police officer. A police cruiser approached the roadside and the 3 officers escorted the suspect into the cruiser. The police officer was the last to enter the cruiser. Before he got into the cruiser, he glanced at Zheng Tan and the others. After the police officer left, the crowd was still discussing the incident, but it was only temporary. When Zheng Tan and the others finally drove through the crossroads, the surroundings returned to normal. The passers-by didn't know that there was a short confrontation between the police and the robbers at the fork in the road. If you run into any trouble in this area in the future, you can look for him. He might not be very enthusiastic, but he has a good heart, said Boss Huang. A capable person might not have a good heart. Zheng Tan knew that. Even those in uniform might not have a good heart, but since Boss Huang said so, Zheng Tan believed that the young officer should be a good person. What did Boss Huang say just now? His surname is Liao? Zheng Tan memorized the name in his heart. He did not know if he would need the officer's help or not, but since the officer was capable enough to catch Boss Huang and Mao's attention, he must not be an ordinary person. Therefore, Tang Ling memorized the name. At the same time, he carefully identified the buildings and street signs in the area to get a general idea of where he was. Boss Huang had only been in Chuhua City for a year or 2, so he was not familiar with many places and people. Therefore, the number of people Tang Ling could identify was limited. If Tang Ling was in the city he used to live in, he could name a bunch of people, including those he was close to and those he hated. Even so, Zheng Tan was shocked. In his opinion, the number of people Boss Huang mentioned was more than enough. He never knew that there were such people in the city that he had lived in for 5 to 6 years. However, no matter how many people there were, it did not matter. Zheng Tan's daily activities were limited, so he did not expect to have much interaction with those people. Mao and Boss Huang were the ones who were busy stocking the goods while Zheng Tan watched from the side. There was nothing he could do to help. He could not help with the moving of the goods, nor could he verify the goods. Even if he could not show it. When they returned to the grocery store, it was already 4:00 in the afternoon. Mao helped them unload the goods, and the other 3 people in the store helped as well. The shop assistant checked the goods and complained to Boss Huang, White Cat threw rats and bugs everywhere today, and it even threw them at me. You have to change your habit. Jiangtan glanced at the White Cat, who still had a stern face and a sharp gaze. He secretly pouted. Every cat more or less had a bad taste in them. Initially, Boss Huang planned to unload the goods and organize them before looking for a restaurant to have a meal together. He also included Jiangtan, but Jiangtan did not want to stay there. He had been in the truck for a long time today, and he did not even move when they were moving the goods. His daily activities were limited. Even when it was raining, he still had to walk around the house or visit people in the building. Other than that, when they returned home after unloading the goods, the back seat of the pickup truck was filled with a lot of stuff, and Jiangtan's space of movement was even smaller. Even stretching was difficult for him. Jiangtan's obsessive-compulsive disorder made him feel uncomfortable if he did not exercise to a certain extent. Therefore, Jiangtan wanted to walk around more, so he went straight home. It was still early, and there was no one at home, so Jiangtan wandered around the campus. School was about to start, and there were a lot of new young faces in the campus. They were obviously freshmen, and only freshmen would be so fresh that they would want to take a few pictures of everything they saw. Jiangtan was wondering if he should tease the freshmen during the freshmen's military training when he saw Old Man Lan walking with his hands behind his back, humming an opera tune. Perhaps he was in a good mood, but the old man walked with a light head. He must have gone to one of his old friends to brag. Jiangtan did not plan to go over, but when Old Man Lan saw Jiangtan, he smiled widely, and Jiangtan shook his beard. Where's Black Charcoal? Out for a walk again? As he spoke, Old Man Lan waved at Jiangtan, gesturing for Jiangtan to go over. So enthusiastic? Jiangtan had not seen Old Man Lan for a few days. Sometimes, when Jiangtan came out in the morning, Old Man Lan would go out before him. In the afternoon, Jiangtan rarely went home, and when he came back in the afternoon, Old Man Lan had already gone home. Jiangtan hesitated and slowly walked over to Old Man Lan. Looking at Old Man Lan's clothes, he should have been to the small garden. There was still mud on his shoes, so it was from the small garden. The mud in the small garden was different from the one in school, and Jiangtan could tell. Black Charcoal, the treasure you gave me is going to bloom. Old Man Lan said excitedly as Jiangtan walked over. Treasure? Jiangtan tried hard to recall when he had given the old man any treasure, but the person who spoke was Old Man Lan. To Old Man Lan, the treasure was naturally the orchids. After thinking for a few seconds, Jiangtan remembered that he had given Old Man Lan 2 orchids 3 years ago. It was only the beginning of September, and the orchids were going to bloom? Jiangtan remembered that when he went to Chida's house to find the orchids, it was after the National Day holiday. Of course, the blooming period might not have been that time. Jiangtan did not know much about it, but seeing Old Man Lan so happy and knowing that the orchids were going to bloom, it was not a waste for him to bring them back from so far away. If Old Man Lan did not mention it today, Jiangtan would have forgotten about the orchids he brought back 3 years ago. Old Man Lan was still talking about the orchids he raised. Jiangtan did not care about them anymore, but since Old Man Lan mentioned it, Jiangtan recalled the situation when he first found the orchids, and his curiosity was piqued. He did not know if the orchids raised by Old Man Lan were the same as the orchids Jiangtan found in the mountains. If the orchids were no different from the usual iron bone, then it would be boring. However, to make Old Man Lan so excited, it must be different from the usual iron bone. Back then, Jiangtan could stare at the orchids in a daze, and he did not know if he would do the same now. Jiangtan followed Old Man Lan to the small garden. Jiangtan looked at the 5 flower buds, and according to Old Man Lan, they would bloom in 2 or 3 days. Jiangtan sniffed the scent. It was familiar, and the scent was similar to when he first encountered the orchids in the mountains, so it should be right. Old Man Lan was afraid that Jiangtan would eat the flowers like the sheriff, so he wanted to say something, but when he saw Jiangtan backing away, he did not say anything. After all, Jiangtan did not have a record of wasting flowers like the sheriff, and the flowers were brought back by Jiangtan, so Old Man Lan's attitude towards Jiangtan was much better. If it was the sheriff who appeared here, Old Man Lan would have chased him away. Old Man Lan protected the flowers well. There was a flower shed and barbed wire here, so it would not be a problem to keep the sheriff away. There were no longer 2 pitiful sprouts in the flower pot. Zheng Tan did not count how many there were, but there were at least 10 or 20. Black charcoal, is this flower good? Old Man Lon looked at the orchids and became excited again. The flower buds look like jade, and it will be extraordinary when it blooms. Let me tell you, Zheng Tan turned and ran as soon as he heard those words. When Old Man Lon finished speaking, he looked around and found that Zheng Tan was long gone. Zheng Tan thought that the flower buds would bloom soon, but when he went downstairs 2 days later and met Old Man Lon, he found that the old man was not so happy. If the orchids had bloomed, Old Man Lon would not be like this. Chapter 377. Why was it so urgent? Zheng Tan could guess that the problem lay with the pot of orchids, but Zheng Tan was not sure what the cause was. Did something go wrong when the flowers were about to bloom? Or was it some other accident? Old Man Lon had always been very protective of the flowers. Moreover, when Zheng Tan went over that day, Old Man Lon basically did not allow other people or animals to get close. Zheng Tan was just the discoverer of the orchids, so Old Man Lon was especially kind to him. If it was not because of other people or things, could it be the problem with the orchids themselves? Zheng Tan knew that although the orchids looked very similar to ordinary adamantine hard orchids, it was difficult to tell them apart just by looking at the leaves. Even Old Man Lon, who had been studying them for decades, did not notice anything wrong when he first saw them. It was only after careful study that he realized the difference. In order to find out the reason, Zheng Tan squatted in front of Old Man Lan's door. When Old Lady Zhai was not at home, the door of Old Man Lan's house was basically closed. While Zheng Tan was squatting in front of the door, Mao, who went out to throw the rubbish, looked at Zheng Tan inexplicably. He did not understand why Zheng Tan was squatting there. Zheng Tan ignored him. Finally, at around 10 o'clock, Old Lady Zhai came back from outside. After opening the door, Zheng Tan followed her in. Old Lady Zhai went into the kitchen to cook. She was not worried that Zheng Tan would cause trouble in the house. For the past few years, Zheng Tan had never caused trouble here, so Old Lady Zhai was not worried. Old Lady Zhai came out with a small plate of fish balls. She saw Zheng Tan looking for Old Man Lon from room to room. She knew that he was looking for Old Man Lon. Old Lady Zhai smiled and said, "He went to the library. Recently, because the pot of orchids has not bloomed, he has become anxious. Sigh, when it comes to flowers, he is so stubborn." The flowers had not bloomed? Old Man Lon had said that the flower would bloom in 2 to 3 days. Zheng Tan had seen it that day as well. The flower bud did look like it was about to bloom, but for some reason, when it was about to bloom, there was no follow-up reaction. The old lady nagged at Zheng Tan as she washed the vegetables. What she meant was that even Old Man Lon himself didn't know the reason why the flowers hadn't blossomed. He had looked up a lot of information, but it was all to no avail. Now that Old Man Lon was done flipping through the books at home, he would go straight to the school library. He probably wouldn't come back for lunch if he couldn't find the answer. Whenever he sat there researching, he would lose track of time. Eating was not allowed in the library, but there was a special resting area. There was also a resting area for the staff. The old lady knew the people there and had greeted them. There were 2 reasons why Old Man Lon was so anxious. Firstly, he didn't know why the flowers weren't blooming. Secondly, it was because of the city's flower exhibition in October. In the past 3 years, Old Man Lon didn't continue to research other orchids. After the basic care, he spent most of his time on this strange pot of orchids. Only after raising it did Old Man Lon realize how difficult it was to take care of this pot of orchids. Originally, Old Man Lon thought that it would take 5 to 6 years or even longer to see it bloom. He didn't expect it to bloom in just 3 years. No one could understand the excitement in Old Man Lan's heart when he saw the flower bud. In the past 3 years, people said that Professor Lon had gone crazy over a pot of cheap orchids and laughed behind his back. In the past, during the National Orchid Exhibition every year, Old Man Lon would bring out 1 or several pots of orchids. Each pot of orchids was exquisite. Every pot of orchids brought out would be sold at a high price. It was normal for the price to be around $1 million. Many people in the orchid industry knew Old Man Lan's name. Because of this, everyone also knew that Old Man Lan didn't attend the Rambo exhibition for 3 years because of a pot of cheap orchids. Many people told Old Man Lan that since he had a lot of exquisite orchids on hand, why didn't he bring them out for everyone to admire? Even if he had already rewarded them before, he could still reward them again. Didn't they know that the price of orchids in his hands would increase every time he was rewarded? Unfortunately, Old Man Lan was stubborn. His thoughts were all on the pot of orchids that Jingtan brought back. He wanted to take care of this pot of orchids and see what was different about its flowers. As for other things, he didn't want to bring out an orchid that had already won an award for exhibition. He didn't have the habit of doing so. In the past few years, he didn't raise any new varieties, so he didn't participate in the Rambo exhibition. Old Man Lan didn't really care whether this pot of orchids was exquisite or not. He just wanted to know the difference between this pot of orchids and ordinary iron bone. Once he got into this alley, Old Man Lan wouldn't come out. No one could persuade him otherwise. A few days ago, Old Man Lan promised the organizer of the flower exhibition that he would bring out a few pots of orchids to participate in the flower exhibition. In addition to the pots of exquisite orchids that Old Man Lan currently had, this pot of orchids was also part of Old Man Lan's plan. He wanted to let more people see this pot of orchids that seemed to have mutated naturally. But now, there were obviously buds. It looked like it would bloom soon, but it didn't. Although it was still September, if it didn't bloom until October, Old Man Lan would feel that it was a pity to miss the flower exhibition. Listening to old Madame Zhai's nagging, Jingtan thought in his heart. Was it not time for it to bloom yet? 3 years ago, when Jingtan found it, it was already October. It was after the National Day holiday. Could it be that this flower had to wait for a while longer? Different orchids had different flowering periods. When there were many varieties, the flowering period was also very different. Even the Jianlan Sushin had different flowering periods. Old Man Lan walked back and forth between his home, the small flower garden, and the library every day. He took photos every day and made a detailed record. He didn't find the answer, so he recorded it first and looked for the answer when the time came. At the same time, Old Man Lan also looked for like-minded people in the school who had studied orchids to come over and help. Unfortunately, they didn't have a solution and didn't dare to try it easily. The only thing that made Old Man Lan feel better was that those who saw the pot of orchids buds would praise it endlessly. After all, the point of view of the expert's appreciation was different from Jingtan's point of view. Therefore, for a period of time, every time Jingtan passed by the small flower garden and jumped over the wall to look inside, he would find that the pot of orchids was placed in the place where several old men were gathered. Sometimes, they would quarrel for a long time because of a few opinions. They thought the same as Old Man Lan. They felt that this pot of orchids was probably a naturally mutated variety of iron bone and was worth studying. However, the problem of not blooming now was that everyone had their own reasons and opinions. Some orchids needed a longer time from bud to flower, 1 or 2 months or even half a year. However, now that the pot of orchids buds had grown to such a state, anyone who looked at it looked like it would soon bloom, but it had been frozen here. In short, no matter what the reason is, as long as the flower bud is healthy and normal, it's a good phenomenon, said an old man. They couldn't find a solution, but the orchids were still healthy now. It was just that the bud didn't bloom. It was better than having a disease. If that was the case, there was really no way. It was rare for everyone to be so hopeful this time. Under everyone's anticipation, September quietly passed, and the freshmen's military training also ended. The weather was no longer as hot as before, and there was already a hint of autumn. However, the weather in Chuhua City was always unpredictable. One day, they could wear a short-sleeved vest, and the next day, they could wear a double-layered jacket. Who knew, many of the freshmen who couldn't adapt to the weather might even catch a cold. The change in weather didn't cause any ripples in the hearts of the old men. Old Man Lan was no longer as anxious as before. He felt that perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Looking at the date of the flower show, the pot of orchids buds remained in the same state as a month ago. Old Man Lon thought that this flower probably had no fate with the flower show. Over the past month, Old Man Lon had asked many of his friends in the circle for help, but they were still helpless. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone in the circle of orchids knew that Professor Lon, a big shot in the circle, was raising a pot of very unusual ferrous bone. The leaves of this flower looked very similar to ordinary ferrous bones, but the bud was like jade. It should be an extraordinary product. It was just that the bud had remained in the same state for a month, and it hadn't bloomed until now. Now, no one laughed at Old Man Lon for using 3 years of effort to take care of this pot of orchids that were rumored to be quite cheap. Instead, they were looking forward to when it would bloom so that everyone could see it. On this day, when Jing Tan went downstairs, he found that the door of Old Man Lan's house was ajar. The old lady was cleaning inside. Jing Tan squeezed through the door and entered. After seeing Jing Tan, Old Lady Zhai had someone to nag again. She started nagging at Jing Tan. It was nothing more than the orchids. Only this could make Old Man Lon so stubborn, and the old lady nagged. That pot of orchids has bloomed. They are all squatting in the small flower bed. They don't even have time to eat, the old lady said. She was helpless about Old Man Lon forgetting to eat every time it involved orchids. However, Old Man Lon was not the only one who forgot to eat this time. Jing Tan came to the small flower bed. When he climbed in, he found the place where the pot of orchids was placed. There were already 7 old men with white or silver hair squatting in front of the pot of orchids. The 7 old men were all squatting in front of the pot of orchids. They seemed to be in a daze. Were they playing the role of the 7 dwarfs? Jing Tan cursed in his heart. In addition to these 7 old men, there was also a cat squatting beside them. It was unknown when the sheriff came. As there were 7 old men here, the iron wire door outside was not closed. The sheriff, who loved to nibble on flowers, came in when the 7 old men were not paying attention. The 7 old men only cared about looking at the flowers. They did not notice that there was a dangerous person squatting beside them. What was even more strange was that the sheriff, who had an inexplicable obsession with nibbling on flowers, only squatted by the side obediently and did not take a bite. The 7 old men and the cat squatted there just like that. No one knew how long they had been squatting there. Jing Tan felt pain in their legs. He was afraid that these old men would fall down after squatting for too long. With that thought in mind, Jing Tan walked over. Jing Tan knew from the smell that this was the same flower he saw in the mountains years ago. The 5 flower buds had all bloomed. It was the same flower as the one in Jing Tan's memory. It gave off a jade-like feeling. If he did not know that this was a real flower, he would probably think that it was carved out of jade. Back then, Jing Tan was stunned by the flowers. Now, these 7 old men and the sheriff were probably stunned by the flowers. Jing Tan thought that although these flowers were very good, compared to the ones he saw in the mountains, there was still a gap. The fact that Jing Tan was not stunned right now was the best proof. Of course, it could also be that Jing Tan had developed an immunity to this. It was not a good idea to stay like this. Jing Tan squatted by the side and looked at the 7 old men and the cat staring at the flowers. He yawned loudly and even let out a long, ah, sound. Finally, someone came back to their senses. The sheriff also came back to his senses. "Hey, quick, it's the sheriff!" one of the old men shouted. The old men did not continue looking at the flowers. They guarded the sheriff as if he was a thief. They only let out a sigh of relief when the sheriff was chased out. The sheriff was a love-struck fool. Everyone knew this. The old men slowly stood up and massaged their legs. Fortunately, they did not fall down. Their legs were just a little sore from squatting for too long. Looking at the time, everyone realized that they had unknowingly stared at the flowers for so long. Old Man Lon also began to chase them away. He treasured this pot of flowers. 3 years were not in vain. 3 years were not in vain. Old Man Lon was so excited that his eyes turned red. "Old Man Lon, are you selling this flower?" Name a price, I'll buy it, one of the old men said. Don't, Old Man Lawn. You should keep this flower for yourself. There's no rush to sell it, another old man said. Yeah. It's a good flower. You should keep it for yourself for a few more days, the others echoed. Although they said that, they were all thinking about when to talk to Old Man Lawn in private. Rare. This flower was very rare. When they left, the old men kept looking back at them. They did not want to take their eyes off the pot of orchids. Hey, Old Man Lawn, this flower of yours should be a natural mutation. I've never seen anything like it. Have you given it a name yet? One of the people chased out by Old Man Lawn asked. Old Man Lawn paused in his action of chasing people away. He grunted and glanced at Zheng Tan when no one was looking. Zheng Tan. Chapter 378. No matter what kind of flower it was, people always liked to give it a unique name. It would make it sound deep and tasteful, fresh and artistic, or cool and crazy. For example, White Crown Lotus Cauldron, Old Cloud, Flying Phoenix, Tang Dynasty Golden Age, Damarui Jade Art, and so on. Once a name was given, it would instantly make people feel that it was high-end and classy. As the person who discovered this pot of naturally mutated orchid in the eyes of his friends, Old Man Lawn would naturally name it according to the rules of the martial arts world. However, when Old Man Lawn received the orchid from the Jiao family 3 years ago, he had discussed it with Jiao Pa. At that time, the Jiao family didn't care much about this pot of orchid and didn't know how to grow flowers. The Jiao family said that it was a gift to Old Man Lawn, but Old Man Lawn didn't really accept it. At that time, he just wormed his way into the pot and kept it for himself. The Jiao family had already forgotten about it. However, it was different now. Even insiders could tell that this pot of orchids was not cheap, and there were indeed many natural variants. However, this kind of variety that could make people stunned, immersed in it, and feel refreshed when smelling it. It was a variety that left people with a lingering fragrance in their nostrils for days on end. If they really wanted to appraise it, it would probably reach a new high. Some people had already set it at 10 million yuan in their hearts. The price was something that others were passionate about. What Old Man Lawn was thinking about now was the naming of the orchid. Who discovered the flower? Black Charcoal. Who was Black Charcoal? The cat of the Jiao family. Looking back, the naming should also be done by the Jiao family. Even though Old Man Lawn reflexively thought of many names when the flower bloomed, logically speaking, it was indeed difficult for him to decide. Therefore, after Old Man Lawn carefully arranged the anti-theft and anti-cat nets in the flower bed, he paced back home with this problem in mind. Zheng Tan had already left when the old men left. He could tell that Old Man Lawn was thinking about something. He kept glancing at Zheng Tan, and it made Zheng Tan's hair stand on end, so he decided to sneak away. That night, after dinner, the Jiao Pa didn't go to the biochemistry department to work overtime. Old Man Lawn made a call to make sure the Jiao family was at home before he went upstairs. It was rare for Old Man Lawn to come over, so Jiao Ma made tea and brought fruits for him. There's no need to trouble yourself. I just ate and drank my fill. I'm just here to say a few words. I'll leave once I'm done. Old Man Lawn gestured to Jiao Ma to stop washing the fruits. He didn't say anything else and went straight to the point. Old Man Lawn told Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Old Man Lawn about the orchids. He also told them about the evaluation of this pot of orchids by those in the industry. He also told them about the estimated price of this pot of orchids. This was the most important thing. After all, to many people who were not passionate about flowers and plants were just wads of RMB. Many disputes were caused by this, so Old Man Lawn had to make it clear. The Jiao family was shocked when they heard that it could reach tens of millions. Why is it so expensive? Jiao Ma murmured. She couldn't understand. Wasn't it just a pot of orchids? Why did it have to be estimated at hundreds of thousands and millions? Now, it was even estimated at tens of millions. This made Jiao Ma's heart pound. It wasn't that she was greedy for money. She was just shocked by this news. She had heard that Old Man Lon had sold a few orchids that were worth millions. She had also heard that some rare orchids that had won special awards were worth tens of millions. Most people wouldn't even see that much money in their lifetime. However, those were only rumors. It was something that people of Old Man Lan's status would come into contact with. The Jiao family had never thought that it would happen to them. A pot of orchids is worth tens of millions. Jiao Ma sighed softly. Old Man Lon raised his eyelids and said faintly, according to my experience, it's not worth tens of millions per pot of orchids. Usually, it's based on how much a seedling costs. There's more than one seedling in this pot of orchids. Jiao Ma couldn't help but hold her breath. Her first thought was that her cat could earn more money than the two of them. It could easily become a nouveau riche if it brought back two seedlings. It was much better than Jiao Pa, who worked so hard to do scientific research. Who found this pot of orchids? Who brought it back from thousands of miles away? All three of them knew. Jiao Pa could tell that Old Man Lon was reluctant to part with this pot of orchids. It wasn't because of the value of this pot of orchids. It was because this pot of orchids was more valuable than money. Since this pot of orchids was so valuable, even if the Jiao family gave it to him, Old Man Lon wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to accept it. This old man had a stubborn temper. After thinking for a while, Jiao Pa said, Professor Lon, can I trouble you to take care of this pot of orchids? You know that no one in my family knows about orchids. If we bring it back, it might be ruined in a few days. Old Man Lon understood this as well. Old Man Lon was more than happy to have him stay with him for a while longer. If it was ruined, he would cry until he fainted in the flower bed. Okay, I'll take care of it for you. When you want it back, just let me know. Also, other than talking to you about this, I also want to ask you how to name this flower. It has to be written clearly on the flower show. Before Old Man Lon agreed to participate in the flower show, he had already called Jiao Pa to ask about it. Naturally, Jiao Pa didn't have any objections. Jiao Ma wasn't good at naming things, and Jiao Pa wasn't sure about flowers either. Therefore, the couple looked at each other. Should they let Old Man Lon, the professional, come up with a name? They looked at the black cat lying lazily on the sofa. It didn't seem to have any objections. After thinking about it, Jiao Pa made a decision. You see, we don't know much about this either. Let's leave it to you to decide. You're the one who took care of this flower. Professor Lon, you played a big part in this flower's success. We didn't do anything at all. We even forgot about it. Thinking back to the two flower sprouts that weren't very good looking when they were brought back, and hearing what Professor Lon said now, the couple felt that they had nothing to do with this. Zheng Tan had been paying attention to Old Man Lan's expression. When Jiao Pa asked Old Man Lon to name the flower, Old Man Lon couldn't help but grin. He must have spent a lot of effort to maintain his dignified image. If he wasn't afraid of losing face here, Old Man Lon would have jumped up in excitement. Naming a treasure was a very important matter to many people. It would be recorded in the history books if it could become famous in the current era. Thousands of years later, when people opened up related records or started research, they would naturally mention the treasure's name. They might also mention the person who discovered it and named it. But even if their names weren't mentioned, they would be more than happy. They were the ones who named it. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma pretended not to see the uncontrollable expression on Old Man Lan's face. Then, Professor Lon, have you thought of a name for the flower pot? Jiao Pa asked. Cough, I haven't thought about it yet. I have to think about it carefully. Old Man Lon straightened his face and said. Not to mention Jing Tan, even Jiao Pa didn't believe him. Old Man Lon looked like he had already made up his mind. Why was he still pretending? However, Jiao Pa didn't point it out. Old Man Lon cared a lot about his reputation. He couldn't go against the old man's wishes. Old Man Lon was in a good mood now that he could get the right to name the flower. Jiao Ma instantly felt the atmosphere lighten. Old Man Lon looked at the time and said, how about this? Find some time tomorrow and I'll take you to see the flowers. I'll make the arrangements then. And so, the next day, the Jiao family, Zhengtan, and little Pomelo followed Old Man Lon to the flower garden. After seeing the flowers, the three of them were stunned for a while. If it weren't for Old Man Lon and Zhengtan, the three of them would have continued to stare at the flowers. "It's so beautiful," Jiao Ma exclaimed. Compared to gold and silver, she preferred jade. Although the pattern was simple, it was pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at it. When Mama Jiao came back to her senses, she even wanted to reach out and touch it to see if it was really a flower and not carved from jade. Before Jiao Ma could touch the flowers, Old Man Lon stopped her. Old Man Lon treasured the flowers so much that he didn't want Jiao Ma to damage them. However, he still asked Jiao Ma to touch them carefully. Jiao Ma was also nervous when she touched them. She only touched them lightly and didn't feel anything. She quickly pulled her hand back. This was a treasure worth tens of millions. She was afraid that her hand would shake and destroy the flowers. If this is really carved from jade, it would be of the highest quality or even the highest quality. The flowers in front of us are like living jade. Jiao Ma sighed. No wonder Professor Lon was so confident in his estimate. Zhengtan had always felt that the orchids were evil. However, nature was good at creating miracles. Since it was a natural mutation, Zhengtan didn't think too much about it. Of course, for many people, orchids had always been a symbol of positivity. To Zhengtan, it was evil. To Old Man Lon, it was like a fairy. Like jade. Like a fairy. Like a god. After seeing the flowers, Jiao Pa was even more determined. He left the flowers with Old Man Lon. As for when he would ask for them back, Jiao Pa didn't say. Moreover, Father Jiao asked Old Man Lon to include his own name in the introduction of the exhibitor, or information about the owner of the flower when he participated in the exhibition or other exchange meetings. Old Man Lon felt that the Jiao family was at a disadvantage. He got serious and prepared an agreement for Jiao Pa to sign. After all, the flowers weren't ordinary. Old Man Lon didn't want to blur the ownership of the flowers. After everything was explained and signed, he could send the flowers to the exhibition without any worries. The flowers were a hot potato for the Jiao family. Once those people got wind of the flowers, they would come knocking on Old Man Lan's door the next morning. The Jiao family had seen Old Man Lon being stopped by people at his house and begging him to sell the orchids. Jiao Pa didn't want to sell the orchids, and Old Man Lon didn't disagree. The flowers weren't famous yet, so the price would be lower. But in terms of price, it wasn't worth it. Old Man Lon felt that it was beneath him to negotiate the price of the flowers. To Old Man Lon, the flowers were priceless. Many flowers are so expensive because they are hyped up. Maybe in a few years, they will fall into the ranks of ordinary flowers. Some people become rich overnight by hyping up orchids, while others go bankrupt. Old Man Lon said. But this flower is different. It doesn't even need to be hypnotized. Even after a few years, people will still be fascinated by it. The next day, Old Man Lon came to visit the Jiao family again. He even brought an ink painting that he had drawn himself. It was the pot of orchids, and beside it were the words Iron Bone Celestial Cat written in semi-cursive. Therefore, Jade Cat Celestial was the name Old Man Lon gave to the flowers. When the time came, no matter if it was exhibited or brought to the exchange meeting, the name Jade Cat Fairy would be marked in the inscription name column of the flower's information. In the future, when people mentioned this flower, they would call it Jade Cat Fairy. The members of the Jiao family naturally knew the meaning of this name, but the other old men were puzzled after hearing it. Jade Cat Celestial was one thing. They admitted that the flowers looked quite divine. But why was there a cat? Chapter 379. Old Man Lon didn't explain much about the name of the flower, only briefly mentioning that the discovery of the flower had something to do with a cat. When people asked for more details, Old Man Lon kept his mouth shut and refused to say anything. Fortunately, everyone's attention was now focused on the pot of flowers. Although they found the word cat in the flower's name strange, now wasn't the time to think about the name. Everyone wanted to take a few more looks at the pot of flowers. Recently, Old Man Lawn had been mentioned many times because of this pot of flowers. Old Man Lawn had raised a pot of orchids worth more than 10 million. This matter had become a hot topic in the family courtyards of the two districts. Old Man Lawn used to be very famous because of his orchids, but now he was even more famous. Wherever Old Man Lawn went recently, people would ask him, "Old Man Lawn, take out your pot of jade cat for everyone to see. Don't always hide it." Unfortunately, after the flower bloomed and was named, Old Man Lawn didn't plan to open his flower garden to the public. Even those who were close to him couldn't think of going in through the back door. Old Man Lawn contacted someone and prepared to send the pot of flowers to the botanical garden. Before sending it over, Old Man Lawn didn't plan to let anyone see it. Only when a few pestering people annoyed Old Man Lawn would he let them take a look at it. As for those who weren't so thick-skinned, they could only be turned away. That was why sometimes, one still had to be thick-skinned. Zheng Tan also heard that two old men wanted to see the orchids. They couldn't find Old Man Lawn. Seeing that the wall of the small flower garden wasn't too high, they took a ladder and climbed over the wall. In the end, as they were old, their movements weren't very nimble, and their reactions weren't very fast. They almost fell and injured themselves. Old Man Lawn laughed at this matter for a long time. No matter what, after 3 years of silence, Old Man Lawn's reputation had risen this time. This flower show lasted for a very long time, from 2 days before the 11th to around the 20th. Because this year was the 60th anniversary of the founding of the country, the provincial and city leaders decided to hold a big flower show to celebrate. The flower show was divided into several sub-venues and one main venue. The purpose was to let the citizens living in each district go to the nearest park or square to see the flower show. Old Man Lawn and a few professionals set their sights on the main venue of the botanical garden. There would be more famous and precious flowers on display. Many of the flowers in the main hall and the branch halls were collected from the public. However, many of the finale flowers were provided by Old Man Lawn and the others who were acquainted with flowers in the circle. They didn't bring all the famous flowers they had to the botanical garden. They would leave 1 or 2 pots at the other branch halls so that they could display the famous flowers there for the public to see. Of course, there were also special security personnel in charge of the venue, so there was no need to worry about damage. However, the old men would still bring their favorites to the main venue of the botanical garden. It was a trump card flower species that could be used to boost their own reputation and slap the other party's face. There were professional displays and protective windows, as well as more professional talents and connoisseurs. Although this was not an exposition, in a sense, it was already regarded by some as a small exchange meeting. What was the purpose of the exchange meeting? Exchanging experiences in raising flowers? Yes, of course. And then? Just like a class reunion, there was no lack of showing off and showing off. It was just that while others were showing off their carriages, they were showing off their plants and flowers. The old men felt quite good about themselves. This was also an art, a high-level spiritual enjoyment, not a vulgar exchange of money. Every time Zheng Tan heard the old men in the courtyard talk about these things proudly, he would despise them in his heart. A bunch of old urchins. Although they acted like masters in front of college students and young teachers, they were actually old children in private. They would still compare themselves with each other, argue with each other, and do things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry, such as the incident of climbing over the wall in the past 2 days. In the morning, Zheng Tan went out with the Jiao Pa. When he walked around the small flower garden, he happened to see Old Man Lawn coming out of the small flower garden like a thief. When he came out, he looked around to see if there was anyone he knew. When he saw that there was no one, he quickly locked the courtyard door and went home. It was so early in the morning, but Old Man Lawn had already finished arranging the flowers inside. He didn't know when he woke up, but he probably came out at around 5 in the morning. This was obviously to prevent others from finding him. When he saw Zheng Tan, Old Man Lawn's face was full of wrinkles again. Black charcoal, the flower exhibition will continue for a week, but tomorrow we old men have agreed to bring the flowers over. When the time comes, you can go with your cat father and the others. Old Man Lon and the others would definitely not keep their precious treasures on the stage. One day of interaction was enough, why would they need a week? Other than the full house during the golden week of the National Day, the botanical garden was much more relaxed now. There would not be any disturbances, so they were relieved. Old Man Lan's words just now also revealed two things. First, the old men's precious treasures would be on display tomorrow. Second, the little Jiao that Old Man Lon mentioned was the Jiao Pa. Since he said so, it meant that the Jiao Pa and the others would all go. Tomorrow was a Saturday, and the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo would be there, so the whole family could go. Third, according to the rules, pets were not allowed in the botanical garden. However, on normal days, there were few people, so the people at the botanical garden would turn a blind eye to it. However, it was currently during the flower exhibition, so it was difficult for pets to go in. Since Old Man Lon was willing to let Jingtan go with them, he must have taken care of the people at the botanical garden. Perhaps he had already given the required documents to the Jiao Pa. Jingtan was naturally very happy to be able to go with the Jiao family to the botanical garden to watch the flower exhibition. He could go on a long trip with his family and be in touch with nature. What a good time to relax. He enjoyed another privilege. Jingtan also knew that Old Man Lon had told the Jiao Pa and the others that if they wanted to sell this pot of flowers, his suggestion was to hold it for the time being. They were not in a hurry to sell it, so they were not afraid of the collapse of Lon City. Every year, there were some orchids exchange meetings and expositions. They were all attended by famous people in the circle. Some were from the country, and some were from abroad. Many of them were not open to the public. After all, everyone brought their favorite orchids to the exchange meeting. They were expensive and could not afford to make mistakes. If they brought the orchids to the exhibition, as long as the orchids became more famous, more people would want to buy them. The price would naturally increase, and it might even increase by a few times. The Jiaopa did not seem to have any intention of selling it. This made Old Man Lon feel relieved. Naturally, his mood became better, because this meant that the orchids would be in his hands for a few more years. After Old Man Lon left, Jingtan did not plan to climb over the small flower bed to look at the flowers. He was actually not that interested in them. Besides, since Old Man Lon had been to the small flower bed before, he must have done a good job of protecting it. He would not be able to see the pot of flowers even if he went in. Just as he was about to leave, Jingtan's ears twitched. He looked over. The sheriff jumped down from a tree at the corner and walked around the perimeter of the wall for a while. He glanced at Jingtan. Seeing that Jingtan had no intention of jumping in, he moved on his own and climbed over the wall. Like those people who were thinking about orchids, the sheriff had been thinking about the pot of orchids ever since he saw it. However, Old Man Lon was already experienced in guarding against it. He did not let the sheriff see the pot of flowers again. Even if the sheriff came over every day to guard it, he still did not have the chance. Did the sheriff not understand Old Man Lan's warning? Not necessarily. As someone who had known the sheriff for 6 years, Jingtan knew that there was nothing wrong with the sheriff's IQ. Cats who had been in contact with humans for a long time could also understand some words. Don't think that they didn't understand. They just didn't want to do it and were playing dumb. The sheriff repeatedly stepped on the line because it knew that Old Man Lon couldn't do anything about it. It also wanted to see the flowers and nibble on them, so it just pretended that it didn't understand. No matter what people said, it just shook its ears and threw away the words it heard. Jingtan jumped onto the wall and looked around. Sure enough, the sheriff could only wander around outside the cat net. It couldn't go into the flower shed either. It could only nibble on the unprotected trees and small wildflowers around it. With the sheriff messing around, Jingtan jumped onto a tree and looked up at the sky. Although it had rained during the National Day and the temperature had dropped a little, now that the sky was clear, the temperature had risen a little. It should be a sunny day tomorrow. Old Man Lon and the others wouldn't go if it wasn't a sunny day. If they wanted to arrange something, they would have already understood all the weather and geographical conditions. Just as Jingtan expected, the next day was indeed a sunny day. Moreover, the sky was blue and clear, unlike the usual gray sky. 4 people and 1 cat from the Jiao family drove to the botanical garden. On the way, the Jiao Yuan kept asking about the pot of orchids. He had just come back from school last night. He only knew that he was going to the botanical garden to watch the flower show on Saturday. Little Pomelo had told him about the pot of orchids. When Jingtan came back with the orchids, the Jiao Yuan also knew about it. There was no need to hide it. Besides, he had heard some gossip in the courtyard. He just didn't connect it to his family. The botanical garden wasn't far from Tsinghua University. It only took about 20 minutes to drive there. If it wasn't for the traffic jam, it would probably only take 10 minutes. Lan Tianzhu was going with her grandfather, Old Man Lan. Xiong Xiong's mother and Xiong Xiong would go later. Su En's family and Litmus's family would go together. The Jiao family was the earliest to arrive. The parking lot was still some distance away from the entrance of the botanical garden. Because it was still during the flower show, there were more people than usual. As the main venue, the botanical garden naturally had more people driving there. It was impossible to let everyone drive there. There weren't that many parking spots near the entrance of the botanical garden. Of course, people with special license plates could still go in. For example, Old Man Lan and the others had special plates. They were old acquaintances with the people in the botanical garden. Although Old Man Lan had given the Jiao Pa a pass to let Jingtan in, Jingtan still had to squat in the backpack to not be too conspicuous. A person had to keep a low profile. It was the same for a cat. It was impossible to let little Pomelo and Jiao Ma carry the backpack. Respecting the old and caring for the young, Jiao Yuan wouldn't let Jiao Pa carry the backpack either. Jiao Yuan was already in his 3rd year of high school. He was taller and stronger than Jiao Pa. Who else would carry the backpack if he didn't? When they were walking towards the entrance, Jingtan saw a sign from the zipper of the backpack. There were also volunteers in uniform giving out maps of the distribution of plants in different areas of the botanical garden. On the maps, there were clearly some forbidden areas. There were a few places that weren't open to the public today. While they were looking, a black car slowly drove over. Why can that car drive in? It doesn't look that special, the Jiao Yuan asked. There were people blocking the road that they had just passed. That was why the car was parked further away. There's a pass on the window of the car, the Jiao Pa explained. Jiao Yuan said, oh, and didn't think too much about it. There were always privileges. If they could have it, so could others. Chapter 380. Old Lan had told the Jiao family about the place where they would display the rare flowers. The Jiao family brought Jingtan there. There weren't many people in the botanical garden at this time, but the exhibition hall for the rare flowers was crowded. Every display was surrounded by a circle of people commenting and appreciating the flowers. Jingtan couldn't go too far because it was too crowded. He stayed in his backpack and was carried by the Jiao Pa to a place with fewer people. The Jiao Ma brought little Pomelo to admire the flowers. Women were more interested in these things. Jiao Yuan was sweating profusely when he came back after squeezing his way through the crowd. Did you see the jade cat? Asked the Jiao Pa. I couldn't squeeze in. I glanced around and didn't see it clearly. There were too many people, said Jiao Yuan. He was squeezed out before he could take a few more glances. The people squeezing him were a few uncles in their 40s and 50s. There were also people from his grandfather's generation. Jiao Yuan naturally couldn't squeeze with them, so he went back after looking around. Although every display was surrounded by a circle of people, the one with the pot of orchids was surrounded by a few circles of people. The people inside didn't leave, but there were more and more people outside. The old men who liked to take care of flowers were usually quite nice. They were a lot more refined and fastidious. But now, they were here because of the orchid's reputation. If they didn't squeeze in now, they wouldn't be able to see the orchids. Hearing the comments from the people inside made their hearts itch. They were so excited that they squeezed in. In their eyes, Jiao Yuan was just a little brat. Why was he here? The right thing to do was to give up his spot. Therefore, not only was Jiao Yuan squeezed out, he was also glared at a few times. "It's okay. I'll go visit Professor Lan when I get back," Zhao Yuan comforted himself. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Besides, the flowers were found by their cat. If Professor Lan let her family look at them alone, she must know. When they get back, Zhao Yuan just had to be thick-skinned and ask her about it. Looking at the crowd, Zhao Pa now believed Professor Lan's words. Why was Professor Lan so confident in that pot of orchids? The reason why many flowers were expensive was mostly because of hype. Someone was adding fuel to the fire. Perhaps in a few years, the tall, rich, and handsome man would fall from being tall, rich, and handsome to being short and poor. Why wasn't Old Man Lan afraid that the price would drop? Firstly, no one else could grow this flower. Generally speaking, if it was a natural mutation, the same mutation would be concentrated in the same area. Other than Jing Tan, no one knew how he got the seedlings. Not to mention that the Jiao family was unwilling to disclose this secret. Even if they were willing, who could make a cat talk? Therefore, in recent years or even longer, as long as it was not sold separately, this pot of flowers could be considered unique. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. As for the second place, it depended on one's true strength. How could a flower that could attract so many laymen to stop and look at it and mesmerize Lan Yu be afraid of a drop in price? After Jiao Ma and little Pomelo came out, the Jiao family followed Jing Tan to other places. After all, the space in the exhibition hall was limited. It was too difficult to squeeze in. They were not cultured people, so it was better to walk around the other parts of the botanical garden. The botanical garden was so big, there was plenty to see. To the public, this place was just a good place to have fun and look at the flowers and scenery. It was like a place of entertainment. But in reality, that was not the case. Out of the 300 employees in the botanical garden, more than 100 of them were involved in scientific research. There were also postdoctoral training centers. Other than that, there were also several key laboratories and testing centers. It could be said that the major universities and research centers in Chuhua City that researched plants and Chinese medicine were mostly connected to the botanical garden. Old Man Lan and the others were frequent visitors to the botanical garden, so they had frequent interactions with each other. In the past few days, when news of Old Man Lan's naturally mutated orchids had spread, a few people from the botanical garden had visited the garden. It was during that time that Old Man Lan took the opportunity to ask for Jing Tan's special certificate. There were many scenic spots in the botanical garden. Some of the more detailed tourists could not finish looking at all of them in a day. However, most of the tourists went to the places that they were interested in. For example, Jiao Pa was interested in the herb garden and bamboo garden. Jiao Ma was interested in the exotic flowers and herbs of other regions. As for Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, they preferred to visit the kiwi garden and other orchards. Along the way, Jing Tan saw some tourists picking loquats from the loquat trees scattered around the periphery. There were too many people in these places. After walking for half a day, Jiao Pa and the rest came to a place to rest. There, they met some people from the courtyard. Xiong Xiong and Suan were there. Xiong Xiong was eating a kiwi. The adults chatted while the children chatted. Jing Tan was bored. He spent the whole morning in his backpack. It seemed like the Jiao Pa and the rest were planning to rest for 1 or 2 hours before leaving. After eating the dry food he brought, Suan's father took out his poker cards and wanted to play a few rounds. Jing Tan wanted to walk around. The Jiao Pa agreed. He also reminded Jing Tan not to forget the time and not to get lost. Jing Tan didn't think that he would get lost. There were road signs at intervals. Along the way, Jing Tan had a rough map in his mind. Originally, little Pomelo wanted to follow, but Jing Tan thought that if little Pomelo followed, Jiao Ma would definitely be worried and would follow. There would probably be other women following as well. Jing Tan didn't feel comfortable walking around, so he walked alone. If Jing Tan wanted to take a stroll here, he would definitely find a more secluded place with fewer people. Thus, Jing Tan decided to walk to higher ground. He remembered that there was a road that led to higher ground. There didn't seem to be anyone there. Zheng Tan walked over and saw a sign that said Rock Plant Area. Next to the sign was a sign with the word Forbidden. There was also a notice saying that the area was under renovation and that tourists were not allowed to enter today. The renovation didn't affect Zheng Tan. Since there weren't many people there, Zheng Tan decided to go in and take a look. The rock plant area wasn't as colorful as other scenic spots. At least, Zheng Tan felt that it was boring and uninteresting. There was nothing to see. Walking along the narrow walkway beside the stream, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. There was a vague human voice, but it was still some distance away, so Zheng Tan wasn't worried. Zheng Tan came from the small walkway. When he reached the end of the walkway and saw a much wider road, he saw a black car. It was the car with the special pass that Zheng Tan and the others saw when they came here. Zheng Tan didn't want to go there. Before he came, Jiao Ma had told him not to cause trouble. Zheng Tan didn't want to cause trouble. Many times, he didn't even know why trouble always came to him. He was innocent. Turning, Zheng Tan planned to leave along another rocky walkway. As he walked, Zheng Tan paused. He raised his head and sniffed the air. He turned his head and looked around. The surroundings were very quiet. If he didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't hear any human voices. A few birds came over. They were pecking at some green grape-sized fruits on a tree that Zheng Tan didn't know what it was called. Because there were birds pecking at it, many fruits fell from the tree and fell to the ground with a thud. The fruits were hard and rolled a little further after falling. Zheng Tan looked at the fruits under the tree. There were a lot of them. However, no one ate the fruits, and they didn't need to take root or germinate. No one would care. It was no wonder that the birds dared to peck at them. Looking around, there were all kinds of grass and plants that he didn't recognize. There was nothing else. However, Zheng Tan knew that he wasn't the only one here. Besides the birds on the tree, there was another lurker. Zheng Tan didn't disturb the birds. He just quietly squatted by the side. He knew that the lurker had discovered him. However, the other party's target was the birds. Zheng Tan waited and watched. The wind blew, and the leaves rustled. Suddenly, a figure jumped from behind a pile of rocks. Using the rocks, it jumped again. A series of movements were completed in the blink of an eye. The birds that were pecking at the fruits were frightened. They stopped pecking and immediately flew up. However, there was an interceptor in the air. A bird that was pecking at the fruit on the branch was bitten by the interceptor as soon as it flew up. The other party's target was the bird. The action was too fast, silent, and the bite was fierce. Zheng Tan didn't know what this bird was called. It had gray feathers and was about the same size as the gray magpies in school. For the catcher that bit it, the bird's size was actually nothing. Zheng Tan looked at the big cat that jumped out from behind the rocks. He didn't expect to meet the Monsignor here. Yes, the big cat that was biting a bird was the Monsignor. Just now, Zheng Tan smelled the scent and realized it, so he didn't run away. The Monsignor wouldn't attack him. It seemed that the black car that they saw just now belonged to the Tang 7th. And the person who was watching Zheng Tan in the car was the Monsignor? Thinking about it, this scenic area was open to the public yesterday, but it was closed today. Could it be because of the Tang 7th? Without thinking too much, the Monsignor bit the prey, glanced at Zheng Tan, and left. The unlucky bird only struggled in the Monsignor's mouth for a while before it died. Zheng Tan was curious about why the Monsignor was catching birds here, so he followed. The Monsignor was neither fast nor slow. He looked very relaxed and at ease. He seemed very familiar with this place, as if he had lived here for a long time. Zheng Tan had never seen the Monsignor like this before. Thinking back, when Zheng Tan first met the Monsignor, it was the summer vacation of 2004. At that time, the Monsignor was 10 years old. Even if it was the second generation of CFH, the Monsignor should be at least 9 years old, if not 10 years old. Now, 5 years had passed, but the Monsignor was still the same as before. He didn't look like an old cat. Looking at the series of actions that it had taken to catch the bird just now, it could still beat ordinary young cats by a few streets. 5 years ago, the Monsignor had shocked Yihao for a long time when he killed people. Now, this guy could probably still kill people easily. Zheng Tan followed the Monsignor all the way. They came to a place and climbed up a slope. There was a big pine tree there. The open branches of the pine tree revealed a large shadow. When Zheng Tan climbed up the slope, the Monsignor was digging a hole under the tree. With the Monsignor's claws, digging a hole was a very simple thing. Zheng Tan didn't know why the Monsignor was digging a hole there. Generally speaking, dogs would dig holes to bury bones and food. In some houses with mud floors, dogs would also dig holes to squat in when they were hot in summer. For cats, digging holes basically meant that the cat was peeing or pooping. Zheng Tan didn't walk in that direction. He felt that the Monsignor wouldn't want anyone to come close. Chapter 381. The terrain here was slightly higher, and the Monsignor was squatting in the direction where Zheng Tan was standing. From here, he could see the scenery below the slope, as well as the other trees in the botanical garden in the distance. However, Zheng Tan did not think that the Monsignor was staring at him. It was only looking at the scenery in the distance. Zheng Tan was very curious about the cat's behavior just now. It had caught a bird but did not eat it. Instead, it killed it immediately. It was completely different from the behavior of Huang, the sheriff, and the others in the courtyard, where they played first before eating. There were still birds around. There were also the kind of birds that they had just caught, but the Monsignor did not seem interested in them. Other than its ears twitching due to some sounds, it did not look around at all. Zheng Tan could hear people nearby. Because of the higher terrain, Zheng Tan could see a small house not far away. It was just beside the main road. A black car was parked nearby. However, because of the tree branches, Zheng Tan could only see part of the car and not the entire car. The small house was more comprehensive. It was about 30 square meters in size and was designed in the style of a stone house. It complemented the scenic area. It should be the temporary residence of the people in charge of the botanical garden who were in charge of taking care of this place. There were 2 people standing outside the house. They looked quite ordinary, but Zheng Tan knew that it was just a facade. They were in charge of protecting Master Tang VII. Zheng Tan had seen one of them before. It seemed that Master Tang VII was in that house. Looking at the cat that was still lying there in the same position as before, Zheng Tan decided to go to the small house to take a look. Perhaps he could find the answer there. Zheng Tan originally thought that his actions were quite secretive, but just as he was about to jump in through the window to eavesdrop, he felt a gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that the person who had been guarding the door was now standing not far away, looking at Zheng Tan. This was the person that Zheng Tan had seen before, but he did not know if he recognized him. The other party was only vigilant and did not have any malicious intent. This made Zheng Tan feel a little relieved. It could not be helped. In Zheng Tan's mind, Yihao, Master Tang VII, and the others had long been listed as part of the underworld. Zheng Tan did not dare to provoke the people around Master Tang VII. They would not tolerate Zheng Tan like Leopard and the others around Yihao. But Zheng Tan wanted to hear more gossip. He heard the voice of Master Tang VII and another person. They were not talking about anything confidential, and they were talking about the Monsignor. If it was a trade secret, Zheng Tan wouldn't look at it. Curiosity killed the cat. The man stared at Zheng Tan for a few seconds before returning to the door. Behind the house, Zheng Tan walked to the corner of the house and stuck his head out to take a look. Seeing that the person didn't do anything, he went back to the window at the back of the house and jumped up. The window was not closed. It was horizontally drawn and screened to prevent flying insects from entering. Zheng Tan did not plan to pull open the screen. He just wanted to see who was inside and listen to what they were talking about. Unexpectedly, Master Tang VII had already seen Zheng Tan at the window. Black charcoal? Master Tang VII looked at the window and said, "I knew I would meet you. Come in quickly. Why are you sticking your head out the window? Are you a thief?" In fact, Master Tang VII had just received a report from his subordinates that there was a black cat behind the house. When he heard this, he immediately thought of the Jiao family members he had seen when he entered the botanical garden. His subordinates had also said that they had seen the Jiao family members with a black cat. Since Master Tang VII had spoken, Jing Tan did not plan to hide at the window. The place was too small, and it was uncomfortable to squat there. It was better to go in and listen. This room was a bedroom, about 15 square meters. The owner of the bedroom was the slightly tanned man in his 50s who sat opposite Master Tang VII. He was not very particular about his clothes. On the simple folding table, there was wine and wine glasses, as well as a plate of salt-fried peanuts. The wine was of high quality, probably brought by Master Tang VII. The man was drinking almost all the wine. There was only a cup of tea in front of Master Tang VII. This place looked very simple, and the man looked like an ordinary employee of the botanical garden. If he had not seen the thick Chinese and English books on the bookshelves, Jing Tan would have made a wrong judgment based on his first impression. The man drank a little too much. His slightly tanned face had turned black and red. Whose cat is this? It's well taken care of. As he spoke, the man reached out to Jing Tan, but Jing Tan avoided him. Master Tang VII had only said that it belonged to a friend. The man did not question why he brought the cat in. He drank a mouthful of wine, picked up a few peanuts with his chopsticks, and continued to talk to Master Tang VII. At this time, me should have caught some birds. I'll go take a look after you guys leave. Heh, including today's catch, there are probably 49 birds under the pine tree. If those fellows know, they'll definitely explode with anger. Jing Tan did not know who those fellows were, but from the man's words, he guessed that they were those who advocated for the protection of birds. No one knew how many mice, birds, and insects a cat could kill in its lifetime. Felines were killers. Even a seemingly good-natured and lazy pet cat that slept at home had a desire to kill. It's still okay now. It only comes here once a year to kill, and it kills one every time. When the old master was still alive, it would run out to catch birds whenever he neglected it. After catching them, it would not eat them. It would just put them in a conspicuous place for the old master to see, as if it was venting its anger. The old master was so angry that he could only use a stick to hit a stone because he could not bear to hit the cat. At that time, some people would talk a lot when they were drunk. Even if they had said things that others had heard so many times that their ears had grown calluses, they would still talk excitedly. This also allowed Jing Tan to learn more about the Monsignor. After hearing this man's words, Jing Tan matched the Monsignor with the me mentioned by the man. It turned out that the Monsignor had lived here before he left. Back then, Jing Tan had also suspected that the Monsignor had hidden in the botanical garden and avoided the strict investigation of CFH for the first 2 years. Now, no one cared about CFH anymore. They could not even wait to cover up their embarrassment, so who would still mention it? But he did not expect that not only was it hiding here, it even had people covering for it. At that time, Jing Tan felt that the Monsignor could understand a lot of human language. If it had not interacted with people for a long time, it would not have understood so much. If it had really grown up in the wild, it would not have been willing to follow Master Tang VII and the others. The man who was speaking was a researcher of rock plants. Just like his father, the old man he spoke of had passed away in 2003 in October. During this period of time, this man had brought his family to visit the old man at the cemetery a few days ago. Back then, the old man had lived here. It was convenient for him to study plants and also take care of the plants here. The Monsignor had been discovered by the old man. To be exact, the old man had discovered a pregnant female cat. However, the female cat's health was very poor. Not long after giving birth to the Monsignor, she had passed away. In the olden days, it was said that after a cat died, it would be hung on a tree. However, the old man did not do that. Instead, he put it in a box and buried it under the old pine tree on the slope. Originally, the old man had only thought of raising a kitten to catch mice. At that time, he happened to find traces of mice gnawing on books in the house. The old man had decided to raise it on a whim. In the beginning, he had fed it milk powder and later cooked it for the cat. At that time, the management here was not strict. No one said that raising a cat was forbidden. The old man did not have much experience and did not know what a cat could and could not eat. He just bought milk powder and made do with it. When he learned that he could not feed the cat carelessly, he found that the cat was very easy to raise. It could eat any kind of milk powder and paste and did not have diarrhea. In the end, within a year, the cat had swelled up as if it had taken hormones. It was much bigger than the average cat and also much bigger than the female cat. The old man even suspected that the Monseigneur was a cross between a domestic cat and a larger feline. He even went to the botanical garden to look around, but did not find any traces of activity of larger felines. In order to avoid some trouble, the old man hid the Monseigneur very well. When there were people, he would let the Monseigneur hide in the room or in the forest. The Monseigneur was also very smart. The old man and the cat had always cooperated very well. Like other cats, the Monseigneur did a lot of stupid things at that time. Sometimes, it would throw a tantrum. For example, this person just said that if it was ignored, it would catch birds to vent its anger and show its existence. The old man also buried those poor birds under the pine tree, saying that they were for the Monseigneur's mother to eat. Later, the Monseigneur did not let the old man do it and buried the birds himself. Usually, it liked to lie down and sleep there. No one would disturb it, and it had a wide field of vision. Sometimes, it would sleep for half a day. The domineering Monseigneur also had its youth. Without a doubt, the Monseigneur was lucky. Its birth was originally a very low probability event, and the old man who adopted it and the people here were only interested in plants. They did not care much about animals. At most, they cared about them from an ecological perspective. When the old man passed away, there was no one in the small house for a while. The Monseigneur was only familiar with the old man. Although it was not bad to the old man's family, it was only not bad. It was far from the tacit understanding and closeness. Gradually, it tried to run further away. Among the cats in Chuhua City, this guy's fighting ability was enough to be called the king. At that time, the botanical garden was probably included in the Monseigneur's territory. It probably did a lot of patrolling. Chuhua University was not too far from here, and the surrounding area was also within its range of activity. Otherwise, how could Li Yuanba have met the Monseigneur who gave birth to the funny peanut candy? Although the Monseigneur had left the botanical garden and was now following Yi Hao and Master Tang VII, it would still come back at this time every year to catch a bird and bury it there. Then, it would quietly lie under the pine tree. Really, this cat is very good. It doesn't hurt people. My grandchildren were very young at that time, and they often used it as a pillow. My wife often says that although this cat is big and occasionally naughty, its temperament is still gentle. The man sighed. Master Tang VII, who had been silent all this time, laughed. Not to mention Master Tang VII, even Zheng Tan would not equate Lord Ju's words with the word gentle after seeing how Lord Ju slaughtered people. Mi is very affectionate. It comes back at this time every year to pay respects to the old man. The man sighed again. It's good to be affectionate, Master Tang VII said. This was also the reason why Master Tang VII was willing to keep the Monseigneur by his side. If it was really the heartless type, Master Tang VII would be worried. Like the Monseigneur, if you treated it well, it would remember and treat you well. It would not bite you at a critical moment. When Master Tang VII and the others began to talk about the medicinal plants they had invested in, Jing Tan did not continue to listen. He jumped out of the window and even helped to close the screen window. When he came back to the slope, Jing Tan found two children about 7 or 8 years old. The little girl wearing a small floral dress was dawdling with the Monseigneur. Mi, let's go play together. Don't be lazy and sleep. After saying that several times, it was useless. The little girl grabbed the Monseigneur's 2 front paws and dragged it outside with great effort. The Monseigneur let her drag it. It lay on its side and watched. Because the little girl was not strong enough, her face was red. She did not drag it for long. The Monseigneur was still quite heavy. Children of this age did not have much strength. After that, the little boy joined in. They each held a paw and dragged the Monseigneur out from under the tree. The Monseigneur was not angry. It let the two work hard. It did not hurt when it was dragged on the grass. The tip of its tail slowly moved up and down. It seemed to find it quite interesting. These two were probably the grandchildren of the person in the house. Otherwise, the Monseigneur would not be so good-natured as to let them play around. Someone called for the two children at the bottom of the slope. After dawdling for a while, the two children reluctantly left. But before they left, the little girl plucked a small white flower and stuck it in the Monseigneur's ear. The Monseigneur had long hair, and the hair there was not sparse. The flower's stem was stuck in the hair and did not fall out. Chapter 382. Zheng Tan did not expect to bump into Lord Zhu here when she came to the botanical garden because of the orchids. She even found out about this guy's past. This could be considered one of the rewards of today's visit to the botanical garden. Zheng Tan did not continue to stay there. He did not want to lie down in a daze like the Monseigneur. After roughly calculating the time, Zheng Tan went to a few more places before returning to the place where the Jiao family was resting. When Zheng Tan arrived, the several families sitting there were thinking about packing up and going shopping. Zheng Tan's timing was just right. Many people liked to visit the botanical garden in autumn because there were not many mosquitoes and the temperature was good. In addition to the flowers that bloomed in autumn, there were also orchards worth visiting. There were orchards that were in season and out of season. There were also fruits that were sold in the botanical garden. They were sold cheaply. Of course, they were not allowed to pick fruits randomly. Those who secretly picked fruits avoided the person in charge of the botanical garden. In spring and summer, there were also honey, royal jelly, and pollen sold here. In another month, some of the leaves would turn yellow and red, but it was not time for them to wither. The scenery was very beautiful. There were many tropical plants in the greenhouse. Although many of them could be grown in Chuhua City, they did not grow as well as those in the tropics because of the climate. Only in some special places like the botanical garden could you see all kinds of tropical plants growing well. Many students from the Academy of Biological Sciences were brought to the botanical garden in their freshman and sophomore years to learn about the plants. There were special teachers to guide them. Although many of the trees had signs with the names and annotations of the species, there were many that did not. They had to be told by the teachers. In addition to fruits, there were many souvenirs and potted plants near the gate of the botanical garden. Every time the botanical garden held a large-scale exhibition, the business here was quite good. There was a stall selling four-leaf clover ornaments similar to artificial amber. It was a real plant species with one leaf, not a four-leaf plant that grew from 3 leaves due to mutation or natural mutation. Zheng Tan had seen 5-leaf, 6-leaf, and even 9-leaf plants, but he was not interested in these at all. As for amber, he himself had picked up a real piece of amber with archaeological significance. He was even less interested in these. As they walked back to the exhibition hall, Zheng Tan, who was in a daze, noticed that there were many people standing outside the exhibition hall with cameras in their hands. They looked like reporters. The exhibition hall is full. There's a limit on the number of people. These people are all queuing up, someone said. Fortunately, we went there early, said Zhao Ma. I've never seen so many people before. Besides, it's already afternoon. It's almost lunchtime. Why are these people still lining up here? Shouldn't it be over? Litmus's father asked curiously. Next to them, a person with a botanical garden staff card explained, they're all here to see the jade cat. I heard that the jade cat fairy that Professor Lan sent to the exhibition is valued at 10 million per sprout. One sprout, not a whole pot. As people who already knew, Zhao Pa and the others were relatively calm. However, some of the tourists beside them were shocked. They were originally planning to go home when they were tired, but now they were carrying their bags and running towards the exhibition hall. Wasn't it just a short line? It was better to go and see a $10 million flower with their own eyes. Isn't it just a pot of flower? Who would buy that for no reason? Only those nymphomaniacs would do that, said a tourist. The staff member looked at that person meaningfully and said faintly, at this price, there are still many people clamoring to buy it. There are businessmen and jade lovers. When I came out half an hour ago, someone offered 2,000 to 3,000. I heard that person is the boss of a big company. 2,000 to 3,000. What else? The staff member shook his head. They could only watch from the sidelines. As people who were still paying off their mortgage, they couldn't come into contact with the material and spiritual aspects. Because of this staff member's words, many tourists wanted to use their connections to enter the exhibition hall. The sign at the entrance of the exhibition hall had already stated that the exhibition hall would only be open for one day. They couldn't see it again even if they wanted to. Zheng Tan only felt that this matter was a little exaggerated. It was out of his expectations, but he didn't know that the popularity of the exhibition hall was even more explosive than what the staff member had said. Because the exhibition hall was full, not only were there experts in the field, but there were also many media outlets. At the same time, the person in charge of the botanical garden kept calling. Among them were some big shots who often interacted with the botanical garden. These big shots who could shake the relevant research circles when their names were mentioned weren't from Chuhua City. They were usually busy, so they didn't get the news immediately. After a lot of people talked about it, their interest was piqued, but they couldn't rush over in time. Thinking about the flower exhibition, wasn't there still a week? After the flower exhibition, there would be a special chrysanthemum exhibition. Calculating the date, it would be delayed until November. So what if the orchids in the exhibition hall were displayed for a few more days? Communication was only possible when there were many people. There were only a few people, and some of them were just bystanders. In just one day, these big shots didn't show up, so how could they communicate? The person in charge couldn't afford to offend them. Every time he received a call, he would apologize one by one. The sweat on his forehead never stopped. The reason why these big shots were called big shots showed that not only were they big shots, but they also had a big temper. Although it was an honor to receive a call from them, at this time, the person in charge's heart was galloping. In addition to the calls from these big shots, there were also many media outlets who wanted to negotiate with them. Some were local, some were from other places, and even the central government wanted to rush over for an interview. The people in the botanical garden really didn't expect this. Since so many people had spoken, they could only contact the people who sent the flowers to the exhibition one by one to discuss how to extend the exhibition for a few more days. In fact, they knew in their hearts that the most important thing was Professor Lan's pot of Jade Cat Fairy. According to the current development of the situation, there might be people from other countries coming over tomorrow. At that time, it wouldn't be up to them, small shots, to decide. They had to invite a few experts to come out and support them. After being persuaded, Old Man Lon left the flowers there. He also stayed at the botanical garden to take care of the orchids. The people in the botanical garden also sent people over to pick up Old Lady Zhai. They knew that if Professor Lon was alone, they wouldn't be able to control his temper. Old Lady Zhai had to step in. After Zheng Tan and the others returned, they saw a large number of articles on the morning, evening, and metropolitan newspapers the next day. There were also photos on the color pages. One was a photo of the orchids, and the other was a sign placed beside the flower pot. The name of the species, the name of the inscription, the sender, and the serial number were mentioned. Zheng Tan felt that it was indeed a good idea to let Old Man Lon take the lead. Otherwise, if people saw that the sender was a member of the Jiao family on the sign, there would be a lot of people coming to stop them. Then, they wouldn't be able to have peace. It was better to let the experienced Old Man Lon take the lead. Zheng Tan said happily. After being silent for 3 years, Old Man Lon finally let out a sigh of relief. Yesterday, when Zheng Tan and the others left the botanical garden, Old Man Lon took the time to meet with the Jiao Pa and said a few words. Although he mostly complained about those old guys who didn't play by the rules, Zheng Tan could see that Old Man Lon was still proud of himself. The exhibition hall in the botanical garden was originally open for 2 days, but it was now open for 3 days. Moreover, it was a limited number of people. The staff in charge of the exhibition hall was increased by 3 times to prevent any problems. After Mao knew about this and saw the flower pot with his own eyes, he went to Old Man Lan for a long time. He also went to the Jiao Pa's office to stop him. After an hour of discussion, he finally ordered a few seedlings. When Zheng Tan heard the words, "a few seedlings," his beard trembled. He knew that Mao didn't lack money. This guy actually didn't lack money to this extent. According to the price, it was definitely more than 10 million yuan. Mao had ordered a few seedlings in one go. He was really a hidden tycoon. However, he wasn't sure how many seedlings he wanted. It could be 1 or 2, or it could be more. Even Old Man Lan couldn't say for sure. He still needed to raise it for a few more years. Mao wasn't in a hurry now. He asked Old Man Lan to give him a small pot when the time came. He planned to give it to his grandfather who was far away in Beijing. It would be best if it could be in time for his grandfather's birthday. On the newspapers and the internet, the term Jade Cat Fairy became a hot topic. Naturally, there were people who asked why the flower had the word cat in its name. After knowing that the flower's discovery was related to cats, some cat owners thought to themselves, why didn't their own cats do the same? They only knew how to eat and destroy flowers. Even the indoor landscape trees in the house were ground to death by these little bastards' claws. They even pooped in the flower pots. Sure enough, other people's cats were smart, sensible, and also attracted money. Their own cat was just a troublemaker who acted stupid. Apart from these people who were purely curious, there were also a lot of people who were stirring up the water. Most of them were here to hype things up. Because of the hype, Old Man Lan's pot of orchids became a hot topic on the internet. People would also talk about it after dinner. For many ordinary people, let alone a treasure of 10 million yuan, even a flower of a few hundred yuan was too expensive. It wasn't economical at all. But as a topic of conversation, it couldn't be better. It was enough for them to talk about it for a long time. Perhaps this was another reason why Old Man Lan said that there was no need to hype things up. He didn't have to do it himself. There were always some people who would stir things up. The hype made the flower more and more famous, and the price also became frightening. Some people who really wanted to buy it were quite angry at those who stirred things up. If you don't want to buy it, then why are you stirring things up? You can't afford it. All of you better behave yourselves. Those who stirred things up thought, yes, we can't afford it. Although we can't afford it, we are good at hyping things up. We won't behave ourselves. We will stir up the price and see those rich people arguing with constipated faces. We are only responsible for watching the show from the side. What can you do to us? This flower was very popular now. There were related reports in the newspapers every day. There were famous experts in the country and famous people from abroad who came to see it. Even some hotels in the city, which were a little cold after the National Day holiday, began to have more business. There were many people who hoped that this topic would continue to be popular. The topic had become cold? Stir things up again. Compared to those who were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, Zheng Tan felt a little uneasy. Sure enough, within 2 days, the pot of orchids was stolen. Old Man Lan was almost hospitalized because of this incident. When he heard the news, Old Man Lan's vision turned black. If old Madame Zhai hadn't supported him in time, he would have fallen to the ground. It was understandable that people would steal antiques and other things that were placed in the exhibition hall. But someone would also steal a pot of flowers? Although similar incidents had happened before, it was still considered rare compared to other things. If antiques and other non-living things were stolen, it was fine to find them back after many years. But not flowers and plants. If they were not taken care of properly, they could easily die. Many things were more delicate the more expensive they were. Some people felt that it was a pity, and some people were gloating. In short, The words that were a little tired due to the lack of new topics were once again set off a storm in the country and even the world. Chapter 383. The only person Jing Tan could contact openly was Lu Ba. Moreover, Jing Tan felt that Lu Ba was an expert in this area. Even if she couldn't help him find the orchid, it would be good as long as she could find some clues. Fortunately, Lu Ba had just finished a big deal recently and came to Chuhua to rest for a while. She could also help Jianghu a little. When she received Jing Tan's message, Lu Ba was reading today's news in the newspaper. Jianghu was gossiping beside her. The topic of their gossip was the stolen orchid. It was too hot. Now that it was suddenly stolen, the topic became even hotter. It was too late to cover it up. The media's sense of smell was always amazing. There were already many topics about the theft in the newspaper and on the internet. Liu Ba was originally interested in the pot of orchids. Previously, she was not in Chuhua City because she had some work to do. Now that she came back, she missed the best time to look at the flowers. She was a little regretful at first. After the orchid was stolen, she was thinking about whether she should investigate it herself and take advantage of the thief. After receiving Jing Tan's message, Liu Ba couldn't help but laugh out loud. She wasn't gloating. First, she didn't expect that the orchid was related to Jing Tan. From the information she learned before, she only knew that the flower was related to cats. Now, it seemed that it was really a cat fairy. Second, Lu Ba was thinking of doing it herself. Unexpectedly, she received a message. After replying to the message, Lu Ba got up and left. Since she had decided to intervene, it was better to do it as soon as possible. After a long time, not to mention whether they could find it or not, the flower might be gone. Jing Tan was surprised when he saw the reply. Lu Ba didn't say what benefits she wanted. She only said that she was interested in this matter. After turning off the phone, Jing Tan put the phone in his vest and brought it home. Under special circumstances, he had to keep track of the progress. He couldn't run out of the tiled house every time. Anyway, there was no one at home during the day. These 2 days, Old Man Lan was not in a good state. He was more anxious than the Jiao family about the stolen orchid. The orchid was stolen from the Botanical Gardens Independent Exhibition Hall. The exhibition hall during the flower exhibition had long been closed. Later, because of the Jade Cat Fairy, the Botanical Garden specially opened an independent exhibition hall to display the orchid so that people from all over the country could enjoy it. If the flowers were stolen, the Botanical Garden would definitely have to take responsibility. The insurance and compensation would also not be small. However, for Old Man Lan, money was not a problem. The problem was his mental illness. If they couldn't find the orchid, or if they found it but the orchid was already destroyed, Old Man Lan would never be able to get rid of his worries. Originally, Old Man Lan had planned to send her to participate in the November Orchid Exchange on Jade Island, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. He had spent so much effort to raise it like a precious treasure, but it was stolen in the blink of an eye. When Jing Tan went downstairs with the Jiaopa to visit Old Man Lan yesterday, the old man seemed to be seriously ill. His mental state was far worse than usual. Originally, the Jiaopa wanted to comfort him and tell him that they weren't that obsessed with the pot of orchids, but it was useless. At that time, Old Man Lan was too agitated. His voice was trembling and his eyes were red. Little Jiao, I hate it. I hate it in my heart. He hated the thief who stole the orchid and also hated himself for not protecting it well. Why did he have to be so ostentatious? Wasn't this inviting thieves? Can those thieves take good care of the flowers? They can sell 100,000 yuan worth of flowers for a few thousand yuan. The fate of this pot of flowers. Sigh. Old Man Lan said as he wiped the corners of his eyes with trembling hands. The independent exhibition hall over there has been very well protected. There hasn't been any incidents over the years. Normal people don't have the ability to steal it, and those who have the ability to do so are definitely not normal people. Their vision isn't too small. I think they value that pot of orchids very much and will take good care of it after they get it, the Jiaopa said. He knew that flowers were the most important to Old Man Lan. As long as the flowers were taken good care of, as long as the flowers weren't ruined, everything else was secondary. After leaving Old Man Lan's place, the Jiao Pa called Yi Hao and asked them to help find out more information. Zheng Tan also went to look for the blind old man, Elder Kuan. Although Elder Kuan only occupied one area and didn't interfere with things outside of his territory, it was good to know if there were any problems in his territory. As for how Zheng Tan told Elder Kuan, he didn't know. However, he flipped through Elder Kuan's newspaper and found the page about the orchid theft. He put it in front of Elder Kuan and someone would naturally tell Elder Kuan. With Elder Kuan's intelligence, he wouldn't be unable to understand Zheng Tan's intentions. Mao and the others were also helping to search for the orchid. The orchid was stolen at night and the botanical garden surveillance cameras didn't provide much help. Someone had tampered with it. As for now, no one knew if the stolen orchid was transported out of Chuhua City or if it was still in the city. They could only try their best to investigate. The police couldn't tell Zheng Tan the progress of the case. Even if Old Man Lan was the nominal owner of the orchid, Zheng Tan believed that the police wouldn't tell him much. Instead, they would tell some white lies to appease Old Man Lan. Elder Kuan gave them a license plate number and didn't say much else. The orchid wasn't in his territory and the other party was very secretive. It wouldn't be easy to find much in a short time. Yi Hao mentioned a few suspicious people. They were only suspicious but not sure. Moreover, Yi Hao and Elder Kuan said that someone bought the orchid at a high price on the black market. As for who the buyer was, whether it was a man or a woman, whether it was a local or a foreigner, they didn't know. Many identities on the black market were fake. Sure enough, the hype was a tragedy. It attracted the attention of many troublesome people. No wonder Zheng Tan felt that something was going to happen those few days. Zheng Tan sent the license plate number given by Elder Kuan and the few suspicious people mentioned by Yi Hao to Liu Ba. How to investigate? Liu Ba was an expert. The day after Zheng Tan sent the message, Liu Ba said that she was going to find someone and asked Zheng Tan if he wanted to go with her. Zheng Tan thought about it carefully and decided to go to find out more about the situation. After making an appointment, Liu Ba drove the Volkswagen to the side gate of the school near the eastern courtyard and picked up Zheng Tan. After jumping into the car, Zheng Tan looked around. Golden Turtle didn't follow him. There was a laptop on the back seat. It was still open and a blank document was opened on the screen. Just type what you want to say, Liu Ba said while driving. Zheng Tan looked at the computer and then looked at Liu Ba, who was driving and glancing at the back seat from the rearview mirror from time to time. He didn't move. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't type, Liu Ba didn't keep silent. She told him about the person she was going to find. The person she was looking for was called the Poker King. It wasn't because he was the king of poker, but because of his poker face. The Poker King loved gambling. However, according to Liu Ba, the Poker King didn't play in casinos like those gamblers. Relatively speaking, according to the Poker King, he only liked elegant and high-level gambling. He didn't just play poker or casino games. The Poker King played cards, stone gambling, straw gambling, and so on. For the Poker King, who strived for perfection, self-control was a necessary condition for gamblers. However, even the top poker players would give themselves away due to certain situations in the gambling game. Therefore, the Poker King performed a poker wrinkle removal surgery. The so-called poker wrinkle removal surgery was to use an endoscope to remove all twitches, squints, and subtle expressions to create a perfect poker face. Later, many people gave the Poker King this nickname after seeing his poker face. However, the Poker King felt that this nickname was quite nice. Gradually, it became a special title. More and more people knew about the Poker King, but not many people remembered his real name. The Poker King came into contact with orchids after gambling on stones. At that time, many people became rich overnight because of orchids, which attracted the Poker King's attention. It was said that the wild orchids that had just been dug up from the mountains were called down mountain orchids. Generally speaking, the down mountain orchids and the real orchids were quite different in terms of appearance. Hence, they weren't worth much. However, this kind of orchid had a certain degree of variation. After a few years of cultivation, it could become a mature grass and become worth tens of thousands of yuan. Because the price of the down mountain orchids was cheap, some people bought them in large quantities, hoping that there would be one or two best plants in the pile of weeds. This segment was called straw gambling. At that time, there were many lankers who made a lot of money from straw gambling. Since it was gambling, it meant risks. The Poker King was lucky and made a lot of money at that time. According to the information that Lu Ba learned, the Poker King made hundreds of millions of yuan from straw gambling. However, now that Lan City was in turmoil, the Poker King didn't pay much attention to it. Although he didn't pay much attention to it, the Poker King was still very clear about the news in the Lanker circle. Whether it was on the surface or in the black market, it was worth consulting. Lu Ba had helped the Poker King once by chance. Later, they met again. The relationship between the two wasn't very good, but it wasn't too bad either. The place where they met was a small tea house. The tea house was relatively remote. With the classic decoration style, it looked a little classy. After the waiter at the door saw the note that Lu Ba handed out, he took Lu Ba upstairs. The third floor was a special VIP room. Zheng Tan looked at the name of each room outside. Most of them were named after plants, and they were all only one word, such as plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, and so on. The waiter took them to the orchid room. There was already someone sitting inside. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was sitting at a wooden table, drinking tea with a cup in his hand. When Lu Ba entered the room, he just turned his head slightly and glanced at them without much expression. He looked quite unfathomable. Sure enough, he has a poker face. Zheng Tan thought to himself. There were 3 people standing behind the middle-aged man. They should be bodyguards or something like that. There was some evil spirit on them, but they didn't have any malice now. They were just vigilant and stuck to their duties. The Poker King raised his hand and pointed at the seat opposite him, motioning for Lu Ba to sit. His eyes stayed on Zheng Tan, who followed Lu Ba in, for 2 seconds, but he didn't say anything. There was only one chair in the seat opposite him. Lu Ba moved a small stool from the side of the private room and asked Zheng Tan to sit on it. Are you talking about this cat? The Poker King glanced at Zheng Tan and said to Lu Ba, I don't think there's anything special about it. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. This is a secret weapon. How can it be called a secret weapon if it's too high profile? A cat's nose is much more sensitive than a human's, don't you think so? Lu Ba's words were more casual. It was unknown whether it was intentional or because of her relationship with the Poker King. The Poker King nodded slightly. It was unknown whether he was nodding at the first half of Lu Ba's words or acknowledging the latter half of her words. He didn't continue to talk about this topic. Instead, he said, I've seen that pot of orchid. It's so beautiful. Perhaps it was because he had long been used to keeping a straight face. Coupled with the fact that he had undergone a poker face wrinkle removal surgery, he didn't have much of an expression on his face even when he was sighing and praising. Coupled with his tone, he looked very strange. Zheng Tan felt that the Poker King's subordinates were really pitiful. They had to look at the same poker face all day long. Gradually, they were assimilated and became poker faces. Looking at these poker faces, his appetite suddenly decreased. Chapter 384. Poker King knew some people who had made their fortune in gambling. Now, several of them were worth hundreds of millions of yuan. They kept in touch with Poker King and talked about the news in the gambling circle from time to time. There were many topics about orchids, and the Jade Cat Fairy was also a hot topic. Poker King told Lu Ba some useful news that he heard. He also told Lu Ba that 2 experts in orchid breeding had suddenly disappeared recently. According to Poker King, the 2 people had either met with an accident or had something important that made them unwilling to contact the outside world. Thinking about the theft of the orchids, Poker King guessed that the 2 people had probably been asked to leave. After all, it was not easy to raise orchids well, let alone the Jade Cat Fairy, an orchid with a new high price. In addition to the two experts in orchid breeding, Poker King also mentioned the name of a person nicknamed a mole, who happened to be one of the suspicious people on the list given by Yi Hao. After seeing the name, Lu Ba frowned. This person. Now several people are looking for him. Is he still in Chuhua City? He probably won't be here tomorrow, so you have to hurry. That guy is very slippery and runs away very fast. If you can't catch him this time, it will be difficult to catch him next time, Poker King said. I have looked for this person before, but I couldn't find him. Hearing Lu Ba's words, Poker King raised his hand and a person behind him handed him a folder. Poker King opened the folder and took out a piece of paper from it. To be exact, it was a partial picture cut from a map. Zheng Tan could see Lu Ba taking the piece of paper from Poker King. He also wanted to know where it was, but he had to be serious and steady so that he could store his secret weapon. Just like what Liu Ba had said before, the Poker King liked to put on an act. Therefore, when he looked at people and things, he also had this intention. If you pretended to be profound, he would think more highly of you and put in more effort to do things. If you were too casual and showed everything on your face, the Poker King would probably think of fooling you. It was rare for him to have a secret weapon for such a long time. Zheng Tan suppressed his curiosity and continued to squat there solemnly, staring straight ahead. Zheng Tan felt that Poker King had just glanced at him, and his heart tightened. Sure enough, Poker King didn't even let go of a cat. Fortunately, he continued to pretend. After the discussion and tea in the private room, Liu Ba left with Zheng Tan. After leaving the tea house and returning to the car, Zheng Tan finally saw the piece of paper. It was indeed cut from the map of the city. Zheng Tan had studied the map carefully some time ago. The weasel boss had passed by there when he was stocking up. After finding some information, Lu Ba planned to go back and check the information carefully. Zheng Tan also had to go home to show his face. Otherwise, Jiao Pa would call everywhere to look for the cat. When he went home, Zheng Tan sent a message to Lu Ba. He remembered that when he was stocking up with the weasel boss in the grocery store, there was a fight between the police and the robbers. The young policeman surnamed Liao had left a deep impression on Zheng Tan. Moreover, Boss Huang and Heir Mao both said that he was a good person. Therefore, Zheng Tan thought that if Lu Ba couldn't handle it alone, could he ask the policeman for help? At that time, the policeman caught the robbers very quickly. Didn't Poker King say that if he couldn't catch the robbers in one go, the mole would have to run away? Although Zheng Tan didn't know much about policeman Liao, in order to find the orchid as soon as possible, he still trusted the weasel boss and Heir Mao. As for Lu Ba, he could always get in touch with her. After receiving Zheng Tan's message and suggestion, Lu Ba checked on policeman Liao. She found something interesting and thought that it was no wonder that the cat recommended him. Zheng Tan didn't know how Lu Ba contacted policeman Liao. Lu Ba only said that they would catch the mole at night. Lu Ba made a deal with policeman Liao. Policeman Liao liked to catch thieves. The thieves didn't necessarily mean those who stole small things, but also those who committed serious crimes. However, there were always people who blocked his way. Therefore, policeman Liao asked Lu Ba to take some blackmail information about those who blocked his way. With these blackmail information, policeman Liao felt that those people would hesitate when he caught thieves in the future. Lu Ba also joked with Zheng Tan that policeman Liao was quite interesting. He dared to take the blackmail information of his boss. He didn't care about promotion and only liked to catch thieves. In policeman Liao's own words, he was a cat who liked to catch mice. Promotion and money were not very attractive to him. Since Lu Ba said that they would catch thieves at night, they would probably go home later. Zheng Tan thought that Lu Ba would call Jiao Pa when the time came. At 10:30 p.m., at the entrance of a commercial street near the second ring road, a police car was parked by the roadside. There were two people sitting in the car. One of them was policeman Liao. The person in the driver's seat was also in a police uniform like policeman Liao. Just now, someone in this community called the police and said that something was stolen from their house. The person who called the police was a female student from a famous school nearby. Her voice was quite pleasant. Liao, believe it or not, that girl must be a beautiful girl. Don't say that I'm long-winded. At your age, you should find a partner. If you meet a good one, you should seize the opportunity. I know a guy who got together with the girl who called the police in a theft case. Now they are talking about marriage. Hee hee, but... Crack. Policeman Liao looked at the handcuffs on his hands in surprise, then looked at Policeman Liao in disbelief. One end of the handcuffs was cuffed to one of his hands, and the other end was cuffed to the steering wheel. The owner of the handcuffs was obviously Policeman Liao. Kid, you haven't improved after learning for so long. How can you catch thieves with your reaction? Your skills are not up to standard. Learn from me and practice more in the future. Don't get handcuffed by the thief when you fail to cuff him. Take this as a lesson. Anyway, I don't need 2 people to report the case. I can go alone. You wait for me in the car. Don't think about snitching. We can't be traitors, okay? Policeman Liao said proudly. He opened the car door and was about to get out. However, just as Policeman Liao took a step out, he felt a chill on his wrist. Because of the pull, there was an obvious pain on his wrist. Policeman Liao looked back at his wrist and found that the handcuffs that were originally cuffed to Policeman Liao's wrist had somehow appeared on his own wrist. Liao sure, you. Brother Liao, I'm sorry, Policeman Liao said with a sincere and apologetic smile. He said to Policeman Liao, I also think that my skills are still lacking. I need more practice. It's better that I do it myself this time. Policeman Liao walked out of the car and went to a beverage shop that was about to close. He bought a cup of coffee and put it in Policeman Liao's car. Brother Liao, have some coffee first. I'll be back after I'm done with things over there. Policeman Liao pressed his cap down and walked into the alley. F***CK. Liao sure, you mother ***ker. Policeman Liao, who was cuffed to the car by himself, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to curse loudly. He didn't want to be heard by the people around him. He quickly took out his keys. Nothing. He called for someone, took out his pockets. Nothing. Mother ***ker. Policeman Liao was so angry that he hit the steering wheel twice with his uncuffed hand. He cursed Liao Sure in a low voice and thought about what to do next. Tell on him? He wouldn't be stupid to do that. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Public Security on the use of police weapons, handcuffs were torture devices used by the public security organs during law enforcement. Even the public security organs had strict regulations on the use of handcuffs. This time, he was the one who cuffed his colleague first. If he told others about this, he would definitely be criticized. If someone with ulterior motives pushed him behind his back, he wouldn't be able to get promoted. Mother ***ker, he wanted to teach this guy a lesson, but he didn't expect to be the one who set him up. His colleagues even said that Liao Sure was as honest as his name. Honest my ass. Looking at the cup of coffee next to him, Policeman Liao snorted, took it, and took a sip. F***CK. It's iced. Doesn't he know that the temperature is lower tonight? Shouldn't he have bought a warm one? Policeman Liao was so angry that he hit the steering wheel twice more. When Zheng Tan and Lu Ba arrived at the agreed location, Liao Sure had already finished. There were 4 people lying on the ground. 3 of them looked very young. It was unclear whether they were working or students. The other one was in his 30s. He wasn't tall and was slightly plump. He was the mole that Zheng Tan and Lu Ba were looking for. The mole had planned to escape tonight. Before he left, he wanted to deal with some goods in his hands. That way, he could escape more smoothly. However, he didn't expect that a young man in a police uniform would interrupt the transaction. Before he could escape successfully, he was knocked unconscious on the ground. I'll give you the person. Remember to send me the goods. Liao Sure pointed at the mole lying on the ground and said to Lu Ba. Lu Ba nodded. I remember. After getting the assurance, Liao Sure asked, do you want to interrogate this person? Yes, there are some things that I want to know, Lu Ba said. Oh. Liao Shi paused and said, if it's something important or urgent, it might be a little troublesome. It's not easy to pry open this person's mouth. He has been tortured many times before. So? Lu Ba looked at Liao Shi. So, I suggest that you find someone to help you. Who? That cat knows. Liao Shi pointed at Jing Tan, who was squatting in the shadows not far behind Lu Ba, and smiled sincerely. Jing Tan was speechless. Why are you pointing at me? I don't know shit. Jing Tan always encountered people who spoke halfway and did not understand what they were trying to say, but strangely, these people were able to understand what they were trying to say. This made Jing Tan anxious about his own IQ. Since you gave me this information, Officer Liao took out a notebook, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to Lu Ba. This is his number. However, if you go alone, he won't care about you. Let the cat take you there. The success rate is higher. After speaking, Liao Shi raised his hand to press down the brim of his hat and left. He didn't care about the other 3 people who had been stripped naked and were lying on the ground in the cold wind. Lu Ba injected the mole with a tube of medicine that would ensure that the mole would continue to sleep soundly. After stuffing the mole into the trunk of the car, Lu Ba looked at Jing Tan and asked, who was the person that Liao Shi was talking about? Jing Tan was also at a loss. F***ck, how would I know who Liao Shi was talking about? After carefully thinking about the people he knew and the people that Liao Shi might know, Jing Tan guessed that Liao Shi was talking about that weasel. Weren't they not close? But other than that weasel, who else could it be? Mao? Or someone else? Lu Ba called the number that Liao Shi left behind. She deliberately increased the volume of the call. Jing Tan jumped on the back of the chair and listened carefully with his ears perked up. After ringing for a while, the other side picked up. A muffled voice that sounded like a sleepy person was heard. Hello. Chapter 385. It was late at night, and only the orange streetlights on both sides of the street were lit. Only a few of the houses around were still lit. There were barely any pedestrians on the road, and the road that was crowded during the day had fewer cars now. In the grocery store, Boss Huang took out a cigarette from the pack and put it in his mouth. He took out his lighter and was about to light it up when someone knocked on the door. Boss Huang stayed in the room behind the grocery store at night, so the person who knocked on the door was the back door of the grocery store. He was not in a hurry to light the cigarette. With the cigarette in his mouth, he walked to the door in his slippers and opened it. He did not know the person standing at the door. Lu Ba wanted to say something, but Boss Huang spat out the cigarette in his mouth. The cigarette hit Lu Ba's body, but he quickly caught it before it fell. Lu Ba had a feeling that if the person in front of him did not have a cigarette in his mouth, he would have spat at him. Therefore, he was glad that the person spat at him was a cigarette and not a spit. When Lu Ba told Boss Huang on the phone that Officer Liao had introduced him to Boss Huang, his tone was not very friendly. Lu Ba's instincts told him that there was some conflict between him and Officer Liao, but he still came because of the orchids. Putting the cigarette back into his mouth, Boss Huang looked down and saw the familiar black cat squatting beside him. He took a deep breath and did not say anything. He just tilted his head and gestured for them to come in. When Boss Huang heard Officer Liao's introduction, he did not plan to help. Even if he wanted to help, he would not do it so easily. He wanted to extort some money first, but he did not expect the black cat to follow him. No matter what, the black cat had done a free advertisement for his store, so his business was doing well. Moreover, the black cat knew Mao, so it did not seem right to chase it away. Lu Ba heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Boss Huang's action. As long as the black cat was allowed in, it meant that he would help. Lu Ba went back to the car and looked around. After he made sure that no one was paying attention to them, he brought the unconscious man in. Jing Tan had only checked the store in front of the grocery store, so he did not go to the lounge at the back. The lounge was only around 10 square meters, but it was not messy. In comparison, Boss Huang did not seem to be in a good mood at night. Even though he looked mean, he was usually nicer to people during the day, unlike now. he seemed to be holding back his anger and had no intention of holding it in. She was probably angry because she was woken up. Boss Huang looked at the mole on the ground and took a puff of his cigarette before he said, "I hate being woken up at night. That Liao guy must have asked you to disturb me on purpose. TSK, young people are so petty." This time, Jing Tan was sure that Boss Huang and Officer Liao must have had a little conflict because of something. Back when Jing Tan followed Boss Huang to purchase goods, he did not know their names, but now that he thought about it, he was more familiar with them. It was likely that the two of them had some friction after that, but it wasn't a big deal. Although it seemed like they were creating trouble for each other, it was also a form of communication. That was the truth. At the end of September, Boss Huang and Officer Liao were invited to the wedding of someone they knew. Boss Huang and Officer Liao sat at the same table, and they had a drinking contest. Officer Liao lost and was tricked by Boss Huang and a few other older men into making a fool out of himself. Officer Liao remembered these old men and would cause them trouble whenever he was free. It was the same this time. Officer Liao knew that Boss Huang did not like to be disturbed at night, but he still called Boss Huang and asked him to come over. Lu Ba wanted to know something from the mole, and as a folk artist, Boss Huang obviously had the ability to make the mole talk. Initially, Lu Ba was wondering how much Boss Huang would ask for, but to her surprise, Boss Huang did not. Boss Huang looked at Jing Tan and said, "I'll let it go this time. We're even. Don't bring anyone over at night next time, and next time, I'll charge you. No discounts." An hour later, Lu Ba was kicked out of the door with the recorded information. At the same time, the mole, who had fainted, was thrown out of the door. Jing Tan consciously went out before the weasel boss kicked him out. Boss Huang's temper was really bad at night. Jing Tan asked Lu Ba to call Jiao Pa and tell him that he would not be going back at night. After leaving Boss Huang's place, Jing Tan followed Lu Ba to Jean Gui's place, which was Jean Gui's nest. "I didn't expect you to know so many capable people," Lu Ba said as she glanced at the cat in the passenger seat. Whether it was Officer Liao or Boss Huang, they were a special kind of people. They had unique skills, but they did not show it. Even Lu Ba had never heard of them after staying in Chuhua for so long. When she was interrogating the mole, Lu Ba thought that Boss Huang would show her some unique skills, but to her surprise, Boss Huang did not do anything. He just sat there with a cigarette in his mouth. Lu Ba did not see anything from his 2 or 3 simple movements. It looked like he was just looking at the mole before he sat back down with a cup of tea. Other than that, Boss Huang just sat there and interrogated the mole. Lu Ba was impressed. At the same time, she thought that if she had the chance in the future, she should hang out with these two more. This was also the biggest reward she got from this incident. It was not a loss. Lu Ba thought to herself. The information she got from the mole was not much, but it was very useful. Even though the mole did not directly participate in the orchid theft, he helped Lu Ba get a car and a few license plates. One of the license plates was the one given by Lord Kuan. Those who stole the orchid had changed their car midway, and the new car was obtained by the mole. By tracking the car and the license plates, Lu Ba should be able to get a general idea of the thieves' driving route in the province. However, Lu Ba did not plan to track them across provinces because she did not have the energy. Instead, she sorted out the information she got and sent it to the person in charge of the task force. After the orchid theft, due to the huge impact, the Municipal Public Security Bureau set up a task force to solve the case within a time limit. A large number of police officers and joint defense team members were deployed to conduct a net-like investigation of suspicious people passing through the area. Lu Ba believed that the police should have found some clues, but the information she had would only speed up the progress of the case. She believed that the information would make things easier for the task force leader. After all, it was a case within a time limit. If he could solve it, he would be promoted. If he could not, his position would be in danger. Recently, the task force leader was indeed worried about the slow progress of the case. 2 key figures had not been found. After receiving the email from Lu Ba, he followed the instructions in the email and found that the mole, who had been thrown into a coma in an underground parking lot, The task force leader wanted to know who sent the email, but the email was anonymous. The sender had also covered up the email, so he could not find the correct IP. There was also a sentence in the email: "Don't ask me who I am. I am Lei Feng, meow." The task force leader stared at the last word, meow, for a minute. If it were not for the urgency of the matter and he was busy solving the case, he would have studied it for a longer time. What kind of person was the sender? How old was the sender? This was the question that had been lingering in the mind of the task force leader. When Lu Ba sent the email, Jing Tan was next to her. After seeing what Lu Ba sent, Jing Tan's beard trembled a few times. He remembered that when he had returned the diamonds, he had written, "Red Scarf," on the sesame seed cake bag. Sure enough, he was not the only one who did such a funny thing. Early the next morning, when the Jiao family woke up, Jing Tan went back and knocked on the door. He had to show his face before the Jiao family went out. Otherwise, the Jiao family would be worried. Sure enough, after seeing Jing Tan, Jiao Ma felt more at ease. Although the Jiao Pa and little Pomelo did not say anything, Jing Tan felt that the two of them felt the same as Jiao Ma. After following the Jiao Pa to the canteen for breakfast, Jing Tan went to Old Man Lan's house to visit him. Old Man Lan was still not in good spirits. He had lost a lot of weight in the past few days. At his age, a small illness could cause a series of adverse reactions. If this continued, he did not know what would happen. Grandma Zhai was very worried. She comforted him every day. Old Man Lan's sons and grandsons often came to comfort him. In fact, Jing Tan thought that if the orchids could not be found, he would find a chance to dig up a few more. However, according to Grandma Zhai's words, Old Man Lan was stubborn again. The orchids he dug up were not as good as the one that was lost. The first pot was always the best. Its position in Old Man Lan's heart was irreplaceable. The task force sent back the news in mid-November. They found the pot of orchids at the border of Dian province. It was said that 70% of the criminal cases handled by the Public Security Bureau in a county in Dian province were about the theft of orchids. There were many experts in raising and stealing orchids there. When the task force found the pot of orchids, they also saw the two experts who were missing. As Poker King expected, the two experts were hired to take care of the orchids with a high salary. It was said that they were going to take care of the orchids and ship them out of the country. Unexpectedly, they were intercepted. As for the bidder in the black market, it was said that he was abroad. It was not easy to find out. As for whether this was true or not, let's not talk about it for now. To Old Man Lan, finding the orchids was the best consolation. When the orchids were shipped back, Old Man Lan was supported by Grandma Zhai. He trembled as he walked over. When he saw the pot of orchids that were still in full bloom, tears flowed down his face. After that, Old Man Lan slept soundly for a day and a night. After that, he began to feel better. Mood had a direct impact on one's condition. After the orchids were found, Old Man Lan's recovery was gratifying. As soon as the old man recovered, he found someone to rebuild the small flower bed. Old Man Lan implemented a series of anti-theft measures in the small flower bed. He found a few professionals who were on good terms with him to help. He used steel bars, iron nets, and anti-theft doors to reinforce the flower shed in the flower bed. He also installed automatic alarms, high-voltage pulse power grids, TV surveillance and video systems, and hired people to guard it. The school security office and some people from the logistics department nearby worked together to defend it. The school fully cooperated. In addition to these, Old Man Lan also had an idea. He wanted to raise a dog. Electronic devices were not completely reliable. Just like in the botanical garden, weren't there all kinds of electronic anti-theft measures? Wasn't it still tampered with? Therefore, Old Man Lan planned to use a multi-pronged approach. In the future, he would raise more orchids. Old Man Lan was confident that he could raise more high-quality orchids. The anti-theft measures must be done well. Since he had decided to raise a dog, Old Man Lan encountered another problem. He only knew about flowers and plants. He didn't know much about dogs. Usually, he only saw a few dogs in the courtyard. However, when it came to guarding, Sahara, who was always out of bed, and the good-tempered St. Bernard's little flower were definitely not good enough. Could he find a dog like Miao Zhuangzhuang? However, he heard that that dog was not easy to train. Moreover, it was a little too fierce. Although the small flower bed had to be guarded against thieves, there were often people who came to visit. What if it accidentally bit someone? Recently, there were many people who gave Old Man Lon ideas. Because there were so many suggestions, Old Man Lon didn't know who to listen to. Therefore, one day, when Jingtan went out for a walk, he was stopped by Old Man Lon, who came back from a walk. Chapter 386. Jingtan was baffled. This old man is really, why are you asking me if you want to raise a dog? Have you ever seen anyone ask a cat for advice when raising a dog? Jingtan glanced at Old Man Lon and decided to ignore him. How would he know what kind of dog to raise? Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to answer. However, Old Man Lon wasn't going to let Jingtan go just like that. He stopped Jingtan, who was about to leave, and walked towards the small flower bed. Jingtan didn't quite understand what the old man wanted to do, but he still followed him. Seeing that the old man had finally recovered, Jingtan decided to give him some face. At the moment, there were two people guarding the small flower bed. One was guarding the main door, and the other was guarding the side door. Although Jingtan called it the small flower bed, it wasn't small. One person might not be able to guard it. The flower bed had also been remodeled. Compared to before, the security level was a few levels higher. After Old Man Lon walked into the small flower bed, he didn't stay for long. Instead, he rode out on a three-wheeled scooter that he used to transport flowers. The scooter behind him still had some dirt left from the last time he transported flowers. Come, Black Charcoal, get on. Let's go buy a dog, Old Man Lon said to Jingtan, who was standing beside him. During this period of time, many people had given Old Man Lon advice. Old Man Lon hadn't decided on a dog to buy. He didn't want to wait a few more months for the dog he wanted. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible so that he could feel better. Otherwise, he would always feel like something was hanging in the air. He heard that there were people selling small pets near the main school gate. There were also people selling dogs at the market at the end of the old street. Therefore, Old Man Lon decided to take a look. The dogs sold there definitely weren't expensive breeds. However, Old Man Lon wasn't too keen on expensive breeds. The breed didn't matter, as long as it could guard the door. A friend of his had a small Pekingese that looked after the house. It was better than some dogs that only grew in size. Therefore, the dog didn't matter if it was expensive or big. As long as it could guard the house against thieves, Old Man Lon was satisfied. Buy a dog? Jingtan hesitated for 2 seconds before jumping into the car. He still didn't understand what Old Man Lon buying a dog had to do with him. However, it was good to join in the fun since he had nothing to do at home anyway. There were indeed people selling small pets at the entrance of the school. During spring and summer, there were many goldfish, turtles, and so on. During autumn and winter, some turtles and other animals had to hibernate, so the students were not interested in them. However, hamsters, guinea pigs, rabbits, kittens, and so on were more popular. In the past few years, Jingtan had seen many abandoned animals in school. Not to mention stray cats, there were many abandoned cats in school. Hamsters and guinea pigs would probably be targeted by cats if they ran out. In the beginning, the students wanted something new. But after the novelty wore off, they began to think about abandoning them. Sometimes, Jingtan would go to the artificial lake or stroll to the scenic lake nearby. He would also see various dead small animals that had been thrown into the water. This kind of thing happened every year. No matter how the school worked, it was a common occurrence. With students buying, the peddlers were naturally happy to bring their goods to the school gate to sell. Walking along the road in front of the school gate, Jingtan could see several peddlers. Jingtan followed Old Man Lon to a stall. There were hamsters and rabbits sold here. There were 4 puppies in a big cage next to it. They looked like they were less than 2 months old. They were furry, could walk, and were in good spirits. The color of their fur was a little brown with some gray. The few peddlers that he passed by were also selling dogs, but there were many students surrounding them. There were Pekingese puppies, golden retrievers, and some not-so-proper huskies. Old Man Lon didn't seem to care about those. The pet stall in front of him was the last one on the road. The puppies looked very cute and were very attractive to students, especially female students. However, the few in front of him would probably start to attract attention in a month, because their appearance as native dogs would become more and more obvious. Compared to other dog breeds such as Pekingese and golden retrievers, native dogs were indeed very unpopular among students. However, when it came to guarding the door, Old Man Lon was still very satisfied with native dogs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped in front of this small stall. According to the peddler, he was selling for a friend. His friend lived in the suburbs, and his family's native dog had given birth. He didn't want to keep it, nor did he want to sell it to a dog farm, so he asked him to bring it out to sell. Old Man Lon didn't believe this. Yesterday, he heard that the price of selling dogs for meat was not too high. In the farmer's family, puppies could be bought for a few yuan to a dozen yuan. That was why people wanted to bring dogs out to sell to students. They could earn a few more yuan from the students. Why does this dog have such a color? Old Man Lon looked at the puppies in the cage and said. When the peddler saw Old Man Lon's intention, he smiled and said, "Don't think that it's a little gray now. It will be different when it grows up. It will definitely be a big yellow dog like a bitch. Oh, I forgot to mention, bitches have ears. When these puppies grow up, they will definitely have ears and look energetic. Do you want to buy a dog to guard the house or just keep it for fun? Guard the door." Old Man Lon didn't have any requirements for the dog's ears. It didn't matter if it was standing or folded. The most important thing was that it could guard the door. Maybe it couldn't guard the door. He couldn't see it now. Looking at these puppies, he felt that they weren't very reliable. That's right. Don't say, native dogs are better for guarding the door. Those famous dogs might not be as useful as them. Didn't the news say a while ago that a family's house was burglarized? The dog even helped to move the things. The family who lives near our house also has a dog. When they bought it, I heard that they spent a few thousand yuan. But that dog, TSK, when someone knocks on someone else's door, his dog barks loudly. But when his own door is knocked, the dog doesn't make a sound. Look at how ridiculous it is. The peddler spoke with great enthusiasm. Old Man Lon also nodded, but didn't express his opinion. You couldn't generalize what kind of dog behaved like. No matter what breed of dog, there would always be good and bad. The peddler was still there praising. Different customers had different requirements. Naturally, his advertising slogans were different. Students mostly asked for a cute, easy to raise, and fresh dog, but the old man definitely asked for a practical dog. Our dogs are all raised by farmers to guard the house against thieves. They are definitely all experts. My friend's big yellow dog has even caught thieves stealing chickens a few times. The peddler didn't finish his words. His friend's chickens were bitten to death by dogs. He definitely wouldn't say this. If this old man's family also raised chickens, once he said this business would be done. So, when it came to catching thieves, all he had to do was say that he caught thieves. It was better not to mention chickens. Old Man Lon was a little tempted. A dog that caught thieves was good, but which one should he buy? Or buy a few more? Old Man Lon was really inexperienced when it came to this, so when he looked at the 4 puppies in the cage that looked about the same size and appearance, Old Man Lon couldn't make up his mind. Thus, he shifted his gaze and looked at Black Cat, who was squatting on the car and looking at the cage. He said, "Charcoal, what do you think? Which one should we buy?" The peddler didn't pay attention just now. Now that he heard Old Man Lon, he stretched his neck to take a look. Heh, this old man bought a dog with a cat. Who bought a dog with a cat? Hey, old man, your cat is really well raised. The peddler said. Everyone was willing to listen to good words. Old Man Lon nodded proudly. Yes, it's not mine. The peddler. If it's not yours, why are you showing off? Zheng Tan ignored the peddler. Old Man Lon asked him to choose a dog. How could he choose a dog? He didn't even know how to pick a cat, let alone a dog. These 4 dogs all looked the same. They were all male dogs with their small ears folded. When they looked at people, they gave people a pitiful feeling. Dogs were always easy to arouse people's sympathy. After the 4 dogs in the cage saw Zheng Tan, they all squeezed to the side of the cage facing Zheng Tan. They were very curious about Zheng Tan's cat. Zheng Tan stood in front of the cage and could see the appearance of these 4 dogs clearly. The peddler also saw that Old Man Lon was in a difficult position, so he said, actually, every dog is the same. Raising a dog is like raising a child. The education they receive is different, so they will definitely look different in the future. It still needs to be trained. What he meant was that they could just pick any dog and buy it to raise it well. Let a cat pick a dog? Ridiculous. Then they might as well close their eyes and pick one themselves. In fact, the temperament of these puppies could also be seen. When they were at the pet center, Zheng Tan saw Xiao Gua and the others examine the kittens' bodies. They also checked each kitten's temperament. Some cats were obedient when you caught them, while others struggled hard, scratched, and bit. However, Zheng Tan looked at the 4 dogs in front of him. Their temperaments seemed to be about the same. None of them were particularly noisy, and none of them were particularly quiet. No wonder Old Man Lon found it difficult to decide. Black Charcoal, don't worry and choose boldly. Choose any one of them. If they go astray in the future, I won't blame you. That's my responsibility. Old Man Lon said. In fact, Old Man Lan's idea was that the dogs in the courtyard were all good. Since Zheng Tan's cat had a good relationship with the dogs, then the dog he chose wouldn't be too bad, right? At least it would be more reliable than him, who was only interested in plants and was basically a layman when it came to animals. Zheng Tan didn't know what Old Man Lon was thinking. When he heard Old Man Lon say that, he raised his hand and patted the cage. Over there, a puppy was squeezing with its 3 brothers. When it saw Zheng Tan patting the cage, it even opened its mouth, as if it thought it was very funny. That one. Old Man Lon pointed at the puppy and said. The stall owner found it funny. He thought that the black cat was just waving its paw at the dog in the cage. It wasn't picking a dog. However, since the customer said so, he wouldn't explain more. He happily opened the cage and carried out the puppy that he just pointed at. Do you think it's this one? It's just weaned. You can feed it some rice paste or something like that. The stall owner handed the puppy to Old Man Lon. Black Charcoal, is this the one? Old Man Lon looked at Zheng Tan. When he saw that Zheng Tan had already returned to the car, he looked at the puppy in his hand. He looked at it and didn't see any injuries, so he asked for the price. I originally planned to sell it for 80 to 100. Old man, you're the first one to buy a dog today. I'll give you a discount. 60, the stall owner said. 60? Are you trying to scare me? A few days ago, I heard that a 3-month-old dog was only sold for 50. Your price is a bit too low. Old Man Lon said. He didn't think it was expensive. He was just speaking the truth. Hey, you can't say it like that. Old man, you should be willing to pay any price for a dog. This dog is really good. It inherited its parents' ability to guard the door. It's not like other pampered dogs. Many dogs in the city have forgotten how to guard the door. In the end, the puppy was sold for 60. However, the stall owner gave them a cage. The cage wasn't big enough to hold 2 puppies of this size. It was just that the workmanship wasn't as good. After putting the cage in the car, Old Man Lon said to Zheng Tan, Black Charcoal, help look after it. Let's go to the market over there to take a look. Chapter 387. The wet market that Old Man Lon was talking about was not the one near Tsinghua University. They still had to ride a bike to get there. On the bike, the dog in the cage didn't seem to be used to the unfamiliar environment. There was no familiar scent in the surroundings, so it wasn't as energetic as before. After a few grunts, it saw Jiangtan and stuck its nose and mouth out of the gap in the cage's iron mesh. It bit the iron wire and even stretched out its paws to scratch it a few times. Jiangtan looked at the dog playing with the iron wire. He raised his hand and patted its nose. He didn't expect the little guy to open its mouth and bite. Jiangtan had nothing to do, so he patted the dog's nose and played with it. The dog's reaction wasn't fast, so it couldn't catch up. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't bite Jiangtan. The dog didn't bite because it wanted to bite something. It was just playing. Jiangtan chose this dog because it wasn't as good or smart as Old Man Lon thought. Jiangtan couldn't tell what was so good about this puppy. In fact, the main reason was that this dog had the biggest mouth. Jiangtan carefully compared it just now. This dog's mouth was indeed a little bigger than its three brothers. Finally, he found a difference, so Jiangtan chose this dog. 20 minutes later, Old Man Lon rode the bike to a wet market and pushed the cart in. At this time, the wet market had passed the morning rush hour. There weren't many people in the wet market. Generally, young people wouldn't go to the wet market to buy dogs. Firstly, it would give people the impression that they didn't like dogs. Secondly, the wet market basically only sold mutt puppies. Young people didn't like them. Therefore, the people who came to buy dogs were mostly middle-aged and old people. Old Man Lon only knew that mutt puppies were sold here because he didn't have this kind of experience before. After asking, Old Man Lon walked in the direction that someone pointed to. There were people selling dogs there. Dogs were sold in the vegetable market. They were either specially bought and sold for cooking, or they were originally selling vegetables and had puppies at home, so they decided to sell them. Old Man Lon looked at the two families. The dogs of the two families were slightly bigger, probably 3 or 4 months old. Old Man Lon felt that it was better to raise a dog from a young age. They had deep feelings for each other. Before the puppy's temperament was fully developed, he could still correct it. Therefore, this time, he planned to buy 2 puppies that were 1 or 2 months old. He would raise them in a small garden from a young age. That would be more effective. It was also for this reason that he had rejected the kindness of a few friends who had sent him dogs. He had no feelings for the big dog, and it was not easy to cultivate feelings, so he decided to forget about it. The puppy in the cage on the car stopped playing with Jiangtan, probably because of the sounds of the big dogs and small dogs in the market. It squatted there and listened carefully while looking around. Jiangtan looked around from the edge of the car. Those dogs in cages made him feel a little sad. This reminded him of a bad experience in the past. These were not raised as meat dogs. They were bought from some farmers at a low price by the vendors. In the past, they were used to look after the house dogs. It could be seen from their eyes. Not to mention the dogs, even now, countless cats were being shipped to the south. Change? Society was like this. It could not be changed. Just as he was thinking, Jiangtan heard a discussion not far in front of him. He stretched his neck to look. Jiangtan saw a colorful dog with a basket in its mouth. It followed someone all the way to a stall selling vegetables. There were puppies in the basket. They looked slightly smaller than the one in Old Man Lan's car. Because of the angle, Jiangtan could not see how many puppies there were. He could only see half of a puppy's head. The rest could not be seen. Because of this, many people gathered around to watch. Old Man Lon also pushed the car over. Fortunately, there were not many people in the market at this time. Otherwise, the car would not be able to be pushed in. "This dog is for sale, right?" someone asked. "Yes, it's a family dog. It's very obedient. We let it carry the basket and it came over," the stall owner said. "This bitch doesn't know that it's selling puppies, right? Sigh, it looks so pitiful." Although some people pitied it, the people who gathered around were just saying. However, there were really people who wanted to buy a dog. One of them was a person who opened a restaurant nearby. It was not time for work yet. That person was looking for someone to chat with in the market. When he saw the dog, he wanted to raise it. The restaurant had to be guarded against thieves. It also served as a deterrent to those who wanted to cause trouble. This dog is not bad. This shrimp waist is long. The restaurant owner looked at the bitch holding the basket just now. His eyes were shining. He had raised many dogs in the past few years. He had a good eye. What's wrong? Boss Lu, is there such a thing about dogs? Tell me, if I'm interested, we can buy one. My family's warehouse really needs a dog to guard it. Another middle-aged man came over and said. Yo, Boss Wang, why are you here? Boss Lu, who opened the restaurant, did not ask much. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he began to talk. This dog is not as lowly as others say. It can hunt and guard the house. Boss Lu talked about the dogs he raised in the past. The people around him had nothing to do at this time, so they all came to listen to the story. Old Man Lon also listened with interest, but because he was pushing the cart, he couldn't get too close. He could only see the bitch squatting next to him from the gap between the people in front of him. In fact, Zheng Tan listened to Boss Wang's words. This person might not really know much about dogs. He was just basing his words on the fact that he had raised a dog before. In addition, he had learned a little from other people. It was possible for him to bluff people here. That person also said that the dog he raised was good. Oh, hey, I laughed at that time. It was obviously a dog used for hunting, but he raised the dog to look like a pig with a bucket waist and was proud of it. I was embarrassed to say that he was far worse than the shrimp waist dog I raised before. Our dog can jump 3 or 4 meters in a jump. It can be sold in some places for tens of thousands of yuan. When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim. Listening to everyone's praise, Boss Lu, who opened the restaurant, became even more proud. He coughed, restrained the smile on his face, and said with the look of a professional expert, however, if it is used as a hunting dog, the choice of dog still depends on the terrain and the place. Is it a plain or a hill? Is it a small mountain or a big mountain? Different terrains require different hunting dogs. For example, if you get a thin dog to fight a big mountain, it can't fight a wild boar, so it still needs a big dog like Castro. But if you use a dog that can fight a big mountain to catch a fox or a wild rabbit on a plain, it may not be able to outrun it. But then again, in fact, this dog is good as long as it is used well. Then, a bunch of people around him went, yes, 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 in agreement. Boss Lu, what is a thin dog? Someone selling vegetables at the back of the stall asked. Boss Lu sat on the chair given by the stall owner, crossed his legs, and answered slowly, it's a thin dog. Just like its name, it's slender and streamlined. When it runs, tsk, it's as fast as an arrow shot out. Thin dogs are our country's traditional hunting dogs. Do you know the howling celestial dog of Erlangshan in the legend? That's the original form of a thin dog. There was another round of exclamations of, oh, around him, which satisfied Boss Lu's vanity. Feeling that it was about time, Boss Lu didn't say anything more. He got up and patted the inconspicuous dust on his legs, saying, but it's hard to find a good dog now. It's always not perfect. It's hard to find a good dog. After saying that, Boss Lu walked to the stall of the person who wanted to sell the puppies. The female dog that was squatting next to him had been taken away by the female owner. If the dog was sold, it wasn't good for the female dog to stay here. It could easily cause trouble. Although the female dog came over with the basket in her mouth, she might not know that the puppies in the basket were going to be sold. To be on the safe side, it was better to take the puppies away. How much is your dog? Boss Lu asked the stall owner. Don't sell it for tens of thousands of yuan just because of what I said just now. I won't do it. This dog indeed wouldn't go up to tens of thousands of yuan just because of what Boss Lu said just now. This dog sold for tens of thousands? Some people around couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Whoever bought it was an idiot. No one would buy it for hundreds of yuan. Just listen to the story. As experienced peddlers, these people around them would not be fooled by Boss Lu's few words and stories. How could they sell vegetables if they didn't have a brain? When the stall owner heard Boss Lu's words, he smiled honestly. How could we? We're only going to sell this dog for 100 or 80 yuan. In fact, they originally only intended to sell it for 30 or 40 yuan. They didn't expect Boss Lu to come up with this idea, so they took this opportunity to raise the price. Hey, I gave you a stick and you climbed up. The prices of the neighboring stalls are the price of big dogs. However, I'm interested in your dog's waist. 80 yuan, I'll take this dog. Boss Lu pointed to the puppy in the basket that was almost the same color as the female dog and said. In fact, if the price was really too low, Boss Lu would lose face. After all, he had just praised the female dog. The price of the puppy should be higher than other dogs. It was because of this that he didn't bargain much after hearing the stall owner's offer. Hey, okay, this dog is guaranteed to be much better than my female dog. The stall owner took out the little colorful dog that was clinging to the edge of the bamboo basket and handed it to Boss Lu. After Boss Lu gave the money, he looked at the puppy. Probably because he wanted to sell it, the stall owner did a simple cleaning for the puppy. It didn't look dirty, so Boss Lu took it and left. After Boss Lu left, Boss Wang, who said that he wanted to buy a dog to guard the warehouse, pointed to the dog in the basket that was mostly black with white limbs. I like this kind of dog that walks on snow. I'll take this one. Pack it in a bag. The people around listened and laughed. This was like buying a lunchbox, and he even pack it in a bag. The stall owner finally found a snakeskin bag and put the dog in it. He handed it over with a smile. When the two people left, the people around also dispersed. The stall owner looked at the remaining dog in the basket and sighed. Sure enough, this was the most difficult to sell. However, the price of the other two dogs had exceeded his expectations, which was a consolation. If the remaining dog couldn't be sold, he would sell it at a low price. Otherwise, he could sell it to those who bought it as meat dogs. If he kept it, he wouldn't have much food to feed it. Old Man Lon sighed as well. In fact, he had his eyes on the dog with 4 hooves treading snow. Although it wasn't a pure 4 hooves treading snow, it still looked better than the last dog. Even if he couldn't buy this dog, Old Man Lon wanted to buy the one with flowers. He didn't expect that the first to be bought was the little colorful dog, and then the walks on snow was one step ahead. There were only 3 dogs. The 2 that Old Man Lon liked couldn't be bought. As for the remaining one, Old Man Lon frowned. He felt that it wasn't good enough. Not only did Old Man Lon look down on it, but the people around also looked down on it. In fact, as long as the fur color changed, there were still some people who were willing to buy it, but the problem was that many people disliked the fur color now. Moreover, the remaining dog in the basket didn't look as energetic as the previous 2. It quietly squatted in the basket. When the 2 dogs were making a big fuss, it didn't move much. The fur color was bad, and the spirit was poor. Who would want to buy it? Although it was only a few dozen yuan, the people in the market didn't want to spend it for nothing. For them, it was better to buy a few packs of cigarettes. I know dogs with this color. When they grow up, the color of their fur looks like they have skin disease. It's so ugly. Not far away, a stall owner selling pork said. I don't think it looks good either. Another stall owner followed. It really doesn't look good. It has mixed fur. Someone around agreed. Old Man Lon didn't want to buy it after hearing that. First, he didn't like the color of the dog's fur. Perhaps it was because of the flowers, he preferred a slightly more pure color. Even if it wasn't a pure color, it was fine with some other colors. However, he didn't like this kind of mixed fur. Just as the stall owner said, dogs with this color looked like they had skin disease when they grew up. Second, this was the leftovers of others. Coupled with the words of the people around, he always felt that it was a low-quality product. Old Man Lon was about to push the cart away, but when he turned his head, he saw the cat on the cart jump down and walk to the side of the bamboo basket. Chapter 388. Although the dog in the basket was less active than the other two, its eyes were not as listless as they looked. When Jing Tan approached, he could see a little vigilance in the puppy's eyes. The remaining puppy's fur color was gray, and its fur was mixed with dark brown and even almost black stripes. At first glance, it reminded people of the tortoiseshell cat. However, the tortoiseshell cat's fur color was more mixed and there was no pattern. There would not be such a relatively uniform distribution of color spots. After staying in the pet center for a long time, Jing Tan had also seen a lot of dogs and heard a lot about various dogs. Once, Jing Tan wandered around the pet center after completing a task at Xiaoguo's place. He saw a person talking to Xiaoguo, and there were several dogs around that person who looked like they had skin disease. Charlie and the others said that they were called tabbies. If you look closely, the spots on those dogs were indeed striped, which was different from Li Yuanba's fur color. The dogs also looked very fierce. However, many people were fond of this fur color. The more famous one was naturally the Shangrao tabby, which was rumored to be a hunting dog used by the royal family. Tabbies may not be as magical as some people say. Even if they are not all right, it also shows that this fur color is still liked by many people. The person who talked to Xiaoguo liked this kind of tabby very much. Most of the dogs in his hand were of this color. In fact, in the countryside, this kind of fur color was not rare. It was just that many dogs in the countryside who were used to watch the house did not care about the color of their fur. In fact, the most important thing was how to raise them. Now, this puppy was the only one left among the three puppies. The fur color was the most important reason. Apart from the fur color, Jing Tan looked at this puppy and found it quite pleasing to the eye. It was not noisy. In the past, he had heard from Charlie and the others that under normal circumstances, tabby dogs were more stubborn and fierce than other native dogs. They had a good hunting ability and were more flexible than ordinary native dogs. When used for hunting, their performance in small hills was also better. However, because of their impatient and unsteady character, most tabby dogs could rarely be the lead dog in actual combat in large hills. It wasn't absolute, but that was the case in most cases. Tabby looked very cool, unlike many big yellow dogs that looked honest. However, Jing Tan felt that this little tabby dog was more honest and steady than the little yellow dog that he had bought earlier. Of course, this was just how it looked. As for what it would be like when it grew up, Jing Tan couldn't say for sure. The surrounding people all disliked the color of the dog's fur, but Jing Tan felt that it was not bad. The dog that was originally squatting also stood up as Jing Tan approached. At first, it did not bark much, but after staring at Jing Tan for a while, it began to whimper, its little tail wagging. The dog seller was puzzled when he saw the black cat running to the dog basket. Since when did the market have such a black cat? It even swaggered around here. Generally speaking, cats and dogs would not be so calm in the market. The murderous aura was too strong, just like the dogs in cages that were about to be sold. In contrast, this black cat was too different. It was not anxious, and it was not afraid of strangers. The stall owner was about to say something, but Old Man Lon had already spoken. "What, black charcoal, have you taken a fancy to this one?" Old Man Lon walked over, squatted down, and looked at the dog carefully. He had not planned to buy it, but after seeing Jing Tan's behavior, he changed his mind. "Oh, old man, this is your cat. It's so brave." The stall owner laughed. Old Man Lon said and did not say much. He looked at the dog carefully, and even picked it up to take a look. Seeing that the dog's fur was a little ugly, but it did not seem to be sick, the awkwardness in Old Man Lan's heart eased a little. Looking at the black cat next to him, the balance in Old Man Lan's heart tilted a little. Seeing Old Man Lon hesitate, the stall owner wanted to sell the dog quickly, so he said, "Old man, this is the last dog. If you pass this village, you won't get another one. This dog is a good dog, or else the two bosses would not have bought it. But I see that you don't like the color of its fur. How about this, I'll give you a discount." The two dogs just now were sold for 80, and this one is sold for 60. How about that? Old Man Lon did not say anything, as if he was still thinking. In fact, he was observing Zhang Tan's reaction. He could not make up his mind about the dog, so he left the choice to Zhang Tan. Seeing that Zhang Tan's gaze was indeed fixed on the dog, Old Man Lon also had the idea of buying the dog. Forget it, it's just the color of its fur. The most important thing when choosing a dog is the dog's inner character. In terms of appearance, there is no need to be too strict, or else it will not be inverted. Old Man Lon comforted himself in his heart. However, Old Man Lan's silence was seen by the stall owner as his dissatisfaction with the price. Looking at the old man in front of him, there was nothing special about his attire, and he did not look like a rich person. Moreover, he knew that old people at this age were very concerned about money and would not be willing to spend more. Therefore, the stall owner thought about whether or not to lower the price. Hearing the barking of a dog, the stall owner looked towards the electric tricycle. Seeing that there was a dog in the cage, he asked Old Man Lon, "Did you just buy the dog on the tricycle?" Old Man Lon, who had already made up his mind, put down the dog and slowly stood up. "Yes, I just bought it. It's 60, and it comes with a cage," Old Man Lon said honestly. However, from the stall owner's point of view, this old man really did have a problem with the price. However, the dog on the other party's tricycle was slightly bigger than his own, and it looked much more energetic. It even came with a cage. If he shouted 60 again, this deal would probably be off. Seeing that no one around was interested in this dog, the stall owner thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I also want to sell this dog quickly. My wife left with the big dog and will be back soon. Before she comes back with the dog, I want to sell the dog. How about 40? That's half price. In fact, apart from the color of its fur, this dog is really not bad. After it grows up, it will definitely be dedicated to guarding the house. Look at its eyes, this is the type that is willing to bark when it sees strangers. Moreover, it will bark more fiercely than other dogs. It won't be scared into silence." The stall owner looked very honest and seemed very sincere when he spoke, but in fact, the stall owner thought in his heart that 40 yuan was more than they had originally thought. No matter what, it was more than they had earned, and it was not a loss. As for praising the dog, it was pure nonsense. How could he know how to judge a dog? He just learned from Boss Lu and made up a few sentences. Old Man Lon, who had originally planned to pay and leave, paused when he heard that the price was reduced again. He looked at the stall owner, shook his head silently, and then took out the money and handed it over. The people around thought that Old Man Lon was still not satisfied with the dog and the price, and just reluctantly accepted it. However, Zhang Tan knew that Old Man Lon was speechless. The old man didn't care much about these dozens of yuan, but he didn't expect that just a few sentences less would make the stall owner directly reduce the price. The dog basket stall owner didn't intend to give it away, and Old Man Lon didn't want it either. The cage and the tricycle could still hold one more puppy. The two puppies could just squeeze together. Anyway, they would be able to go back soon. The two puppies squeezed into the cage. They were both puppies, so they didn't fight much. However, the little yellow dog was more lively and took the initiative to tease them a few times. Zhang Tan watched from the side. Two puppies, less than 100 yuan combined, how cheap it was. They were both dogs, but compared to those expensive breeds, the price was 100 or 1,000 times higher, or even more. Zhang Tan didn't dare to guarantee how these two puppies would grow up in the future. Didn't Old Man Lon say that it was Old Man Lan's own responsibility if he raised them wrongly in the future? It had nothing to do with Zhang Tan. After returning to school, Old Man Lon placed the two puppies in the small flower bed and didn't bring them back to the family building. Old Madame Zhai cooked some rice paste and mixed some ground meat for the two puppies to eat. The two puppies ate happily. Old Man Lon gave the two puppies names. The little yellow dog was called Xianli, and the one with Tabby was called Shunfeng. Old Man Lon hoped that these two puppies could be as capable as the clairvoyant, and ears, and guard the small flower bed well against those who had bad intentions. The pot of orchids was still blooming. It took longer than other varieties of orchids to bloom, which surprised many people. Since the orchids were found, Old Man Land's small flower bed wasn't open to the public. Only a few people who were close to him were allowed to enter. The media also cooled down. It wasn't that they didn't want to report, but that the higher-ups didn't allow them to continue reporting. Old Man Lon also had the same intention. He didn't want to attract more people who had bad intentions. The puppies were still young, so Old Man Lon didn't give them a nest. He used a cardboard box to make a temporary kennel for them. When the 2 puppies grew up, he would use wooden boards to make 2 bigger kennels. When Old Man Lon brought the 2 puppies to the pet center for a checkup, he found out from the staff that Shun Feng was a dog with Tabby's fur color. The staff at the pet center deliberately wanted to comfort Old Man Lon, so they exaggerated a little. Old Man Lon was on cloud 9 after hearing it. In fact, no matter what, wasn't it just a mongrel? Many people still looked down on it. However, Old Man Land's awkward thoughts were now gone. Instead, he was a little proud. When he returned to school and saw Jingtan, he smiled amiably. "Black charcoal, you have good taste." Jingtan looked at the old man humming a tune as he walked away, thinking that he was still young. When he grew up, he would know whether his taste was good or not. However, every time he heard Old Man Lon say, "Shun Feng," Jingtan always felt that something was wrong. He would consciously add the word "delivery" in his heart. Later, Old Man Lon probably also felt that it sounded like a delivery man, so he changed it to Shunzi. Mongrels were easy to raise and grew quickly. The 2 puppies also had good adaptability. After a few days in the small flower bed, they ran around the yard. Besides Jingtan, the first cat the 2 met was Sheriff. Originally, Sheriff ran to the small flower bed to eat the flowers. Now, he ran to the small flower bed frequently because of the 2 puppies. Jingtan already knew that Sheriff was more interested in dogs than cats. At first, the Sheriff was just curious and didn't go over to play with the 2 puppies. Instead, he stood on top of the flower shed and looked at the 2 puppies playing below. He stretched his neck very long, as if he wished he had a giraffe's neck. His gaze followed the 2 puppies. After discovering the cat squatting on the flower shed, the 2 puppies came to the bottom of the flower shed. The little yellow Qianli opened his mouth and barked at Sheriff with an obvious cry of a young dog. The roof of the flower shed was sloped. The highest part was about 3 meters from the ground, and the lowest was less than half a meter. The place where Sheriff was squatting was about 1 meter from the ground. Otherwise, the 2 puppies wouldn't have noticed him. Shunzi didn't speak, but he also looked up at the cat on the flower shed. Jingtan saw the extent of Sheriff's tail swinging and knew that this guy really wanted to go down and play with the 2 puppies. He just probably wanted to observe more. Chapter 389. Sheriff's crouching position wasn't high. 1 meter was a piece of cake for a healthy adult cat. Even though he didn't expect to be kicked by Jingtan in the back and panicked a little, Sheriff was still able to land steadily. Sheriff wasn't the only one who was shocked by the sudden kick. The 2 puppies were also shocked and hurriedly took a few steps back. The little yellow dog, Qianli, even flapped and barked a few times. The mud tiger, Straight, was a little calmer, but it also looked at Sheriff warily and didn't even swing its tail. However, soon, the thick-skinned Sheriff broke the deadlock. Within a few minutes, the cat and 2 dogs were playing together. Sheriff was no stranger to dogs. Dealing with the 2 puppies was even easier. After getting used to the 2 puppies, he started playing. The puppies had teeth. When they bit Sheriff, it hurt a little, but he could handle it. After all, they were just puppies. Jingtan squatted on the flower shed and watched the 2 puppies run happily behind Sheriff. He thought to himself, with Sheriff leading the way, Old Man Land's flower garden wouldn't be peaceful. Although they were just puppies, because they were mud dogs, the 2-month-old puppies already had some weight and were still active. Sheriff couldn't handle the 2 puppies at the same time. However, after playing around, their relationship became better and better. In the end, they got tired of each other. Sheriff even went to the puppy's plate to eat some dog food, then squeezed into a nest with the two puppies to sleep. That box was originally prepared by Old Man Lon for the puppies. There was still some space for the two puppies to sleep inside. Puppies grew fast. In Old Man Lan's plan, this box would last for at least a month, right? But now that Sheriff was squeezed in, it seemed very narrow. Sheriff's two hind legs were still exposed. However, cats were soft. They could sleep in any position. Zheng Tan looked at the three of them squeezed in the paper box and was happy. He estimated that in a few days, this paper box would be scrapped. It wouldn't be scrapped, but it would be tossed around until it was scrapped. Looking at the sky, Zheng Tan jumped down from the flower canopy and left. It was time for lunch. In a while, the students would be dismissed. It was inconvenient to move around with so many people. Zheng Tan decided to have lunch at Jiao Wei's small restaurant today. He left the small garden and went to the school gate. However, on the way to the school gate, Zheng Tan passed by a building near the school's logistics department. Just as he was thinking about how much trouble Old Man Lon would be in for in the future, he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard a shout, "Be careful!" The next moment, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Zheng Tan's fur was all wet. He turned his head and looked helplessly at the surprised auntie who was standing at the door with a basin in her hand. That auntie obviously didn't do it on purpose. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here, and she was used to splashing water. Who knew that a cat would suddenly appear? It was probably the water used to wash fruit. Zheng Tan could even smell a bit of fruit. The auntie holding the plastic basin was stunned for a moment. Then she said to Zheng Tan, "Hey, me, come here. Auntie will help you wipe it." As she said that, she took out a pack of tissues from her pocket and waved at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked at the auntie's figure. She was, well, a strong woman. Her arms looked very strong. Zheng Tan thought about it and decided to leave. After he left, Zheng Tan saw that there was no one around. He stopped and shook his fur twice. Not much water came out. He looked up at the sun in the sky. The sun was not bad. It should be fine after a while. Zheng Tan didn't think much of it. He ran out of the school gate with water stains all over his body. However, although there was sun today, it was already December. The temperature wouldn't be high. When the wind blew, it was a little cold. When Jiao Wei's parents saw Zheng Tan, his fur was still wet. Jiao Wei's mother joked that Zheng Tan had gone swimming or catching fish. Although she said that, Jiao Wei's mother still took a hairdryer for Zheng Tan to dry. After drying, he felt much warmer. However, when Zheng Tan walked back from the small restaurant after eating, he felt a little dizzy and sneezed a few times. It seemed that his nose was running. Zheng Tan couldn't find any tissues to wipe his nose, so he raised his hand to wipe his nose. "I'll wipe it on my fur first. I'll wash it when I get back." Originally, Zheng Tan wanted to go to the small garden to see how the three of them were doing. He wanted to see if they had rebelled in the small garden. However, because he didn't feel well, he decided to go home and take a good nap first. Zheng Tan didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt that the temperature had dropped a little. It was a little cold. He ran home quickly and jumped onto the sofa. He grabbed a roll of toilet paper from the coffee table and wiped his nose with it. His head felt even dizzier. Zheng Tan was too lazy to move. He just lay on the sofa and slept. He originally planned to take a nap, but this nap exceeded his expectations. Jiao Ma came back around 6 p.m. The last class at affiliated high school ended at 5 p.m., and she took the bus back home. Every day, she would arrive home around 6 p.m. Therefore, the Jiao family's dinner was usually after 7 p.m. Little Pomelo was now in her third year of junior high school. She was in her last year of junior high school, so the school was rather strict on her. Although the school did not set up an experimental class, the teachers would still give special treatment to the few top students after class. They would leave some students behind to answer their questions. Therefore, little Pomelo came back later than Mama Jiao. Jiao Pa didn't come back until dinner time. Therefore, Jiao Ma was the first one to come home. Jiao Ma stood at the door, wondering if her cat had forgotten the time and hadn't come home yet. If Zheng Tan was at home, he would turn on the lights in the living room and leave the wooden door open. Everyone in the Jiao family knew to turn on the lights and open the door. They had gotten used to it over the years. Jiao Ma took out her key to open the door. It was dark in the house. The lights in the hallway weren't very bright. They couldn't illuminate much of the room. Jiao Ma turned on the lights in the living room. Then, she saw the black fur ball on the sofa. Black Charcoal, why don't you turn on the lights? You're sleeping on the sofa. Don't catch a cold. There's a blanket next to you. Jiao Ma put the vegetables on the floor and changed into slippers at the entrance. However, Jiao Ma didn't hear any response from Black Charcoal. She changed into slippers and looked at the sofa. It was still in the same position as the black fur ball. Jiao Ma knew that under normal circumstances, her cat rarely curled up like other cats. When Black Charcoal slept alone on the sofa, it would stretch out and lie on its stomach, as if it wanted to occupy the entire sofa. Sometimes, it would lie on its side. However, Jiao Ma had never seen Black Charcoal curled up like this. It looked like Black Charcoal was curled up because of the cold. She had just said a few words, but Black Charcoal didn't respond at all. The windows in the living room weren't closed. The night breeze blew in, bringing with it the coolness of winter. Jiao Ma shivered. The keys in her hand fell from her trembling hand. She didn't pick them up and quickly walked to the sofa. Black Charcoal. Black Charcoal. Jiao Ma shouted a few times, but there was still no response from Black Charcoal. She reached out her trembling hand and found that Black Charcoal was still warm and soft. Jiao Ma slowly recovered from the suffocating feeling. Soon, Jiao Ma realized that Black Charcoal was probably sick. She picked up Black Charcoal from the sofa and quickly walked out without even changing her slippers. Because she was in such a hurry, the dishes for dinner that were placed on the ground beside her when she changed her shoes were kicked all over the floor. When Mama Jiao went down the stairs, she almost missed her step. Fortunately, she was lucky and steadied herself. After they went downstairs, Jiao Ma took Zheng Tan to the pet center. The pet center was open 24/7. Zheng Tan, who was in a deep sleep, didn't know what was going on around him. He couldn't feel anything. After he fell asleep, it seemed like a long time before he heard a sound. The sound was getting louder and louder. There were all sorts of noises around him. There were people shouting, laughing, chatting, and strong electronic music. He struggled to open his eyes, and in his blurry vision, there were all sorts of lights flashing. He could only see the blurry figures moving around, but he couldn't see them clearly. Even though he couldn't see or hear clearly, Zheng Tan felt strange and familiar at the same time. Aside from the blurred vision, the sounds around Zheng Tan made her already dizzy head hurt even more. It was as if someone was drumming beside her ears, causing her to feel dizzy and dizzy. A figure approached him. Even though it was close, Zheng Tan couldn't see what the person looked like. Zheng Tan, are you really drunk? You can't hold your liquor at all. His voice sounded indistinct and indistinct. It had been a long time since someone called him Zheng Tan. When he heard it, Zheng Tan didn't react. Even after he reacted, he couldn't remember who the owner of the voice was. Zheng Tan tried to open his eyes wide to see who was in front of him, where he was, and what was going on. But it was still in vain. He was so close that he could touch him, but he seemed to be thousands of miles away. This made Zheng Tan feel conflicted. This feeling didn't last long. Zheng Tan found that the world was gradually out of balance and became distorted. His blurry vision was distorted and he couldn't see anything. The people and things around him seemed to be farther and farther away. Zheng Tan wanted to say, "Wait, I haven't seen clearly yet." But the world became quiet again and there was nothing around him. After a long time, Zheng Tan gradually heard a vague sound. The sound gradually became louder and clearer. It wasn't as blurry as before. Zheng Tan felt that he was poked. It wasn't hard, just a light poke, and it was a little itchy. Then, Zheng Tan heard a familiar voice. Why isn't Brother He awake yet? Oh, it was Yuan from Mao's family. Yuan was almost 2 years old now. With Mao's talkative father around, Yuan learned to speak very quickly. Yuan, don't mess around. Brother He is just sick and sleeping. He needs to rest. It was another voice. It was Fatty Wei, Celestine's brat, who was getting rounder and rounder. Sick? Yuan asked. Yes, my dad said so. His original words were Hey. What's Brother He's name? Fatty Wei wanted to repeat his dad's words, but he forgot what Hey was. What was his name again? Fatty Wei suddenly couldn't remember. They usually only called him Brother He and had almost forgotten Zheng Tan's cat name. Yuan, what's Brother He's name? Fatty Wei asked. It's Hey. Hey. Yuan tried hard to remember how his dad called him Brother He. After thinking for a few seconds, he slowly said, It's Hey. Hey Bun. Chapter 390. When Zheng Tan opened his eyes, he found himself in a small room of about 10 square meters. There were some medical equipment in the room, and there was an unpleasant smell of medicine in the air. The only people in the room were Fatty Wei, Yuan and Yuan mother. When the two children were talking, Yuan mother, Gong Qin, was sitting at the side reading a book about how to take care of sick pets. As for the black steamed bun that Yuan mentioned, she had misheard and remembered wrongly. Mao kept calling Zheng Tan black coal, and Yuan only remembered 3 words. After thinking for a long time, she thought that it was probably black steamed bun. She had eaten steamed buns this morning, so she directly thought of the word steamed bun. Fatty Wei and Yuan were arguing about whether Brother He's name was 2 or 3 words. When they saw Zheng Tan open his eyes, the two children were stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly. Mom, Mom. Brother He woke up. Dad, come in quickly. Brother He opened his eyes. Celestine and Mao were talking outside. When they heard the voices inside, they opened the door and came in. When they looked at the cat bed, the cat on the bed was stretching his limbs and yawning. Yo, Black Coal woke up. Mao laughed. After saying that, he called Xiao Gua and informed the Jiao family. It's good that he woke up. He's fine now that he's awake, Celestine said. When Zheng Tan was unconscious, Xiao Gua asked someone to check on Zheng Tan. They suspected that he had caught a cold, but what was strange was that after injections and medicine, his body temperature returned to normal, and his breathing returned to normal. He recovered much faster than other cats, and it seemed that there shouldn't be any major problems. However, Zheng Tan didn't wake up. It was as if he was in a deep sleep, and he maintained this state for a week. This really worried the Jiao family. Xiao Guo also invited a lot of specialists and even asked some famous veterinarians, but none of them could solve the problem. He could only wait. Now, after learning that Zheng Tan had woken up, Xiao Guo brought some people to give Zheng Tan a comprehensive checkup. The result of the checkup was that everything was normal, and its condition was much better than that of other cats of the same age. Whether in terms of bones or muscles, it was much better than other cats of the same age. There was no sign of aging at all. The Jiao family breathed a sigh of relief when they received the diagnosis. However, when they asked if something similar would happen again, the doctor at the pet center could not give a definite answer. Compared to humans, the treatment methods for pet diseases were not as perfect. All kinds of situations were possible. All they could do was record the case and then discuss it. If they couldn't find the answer, there was nothing they could do. So, the best way is to pay more attention to the cat. Don't let the cat get sick, so it can stay in good condition for a longer time, Xiao Guo said to the Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Jiao Ma. Since everything was normal, Zheng Tan didn't want to stay in the pet center anymore. He went straight home with the Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Jiao Ma. Zheng Tan was sick for a week. During this week, Jingtan stayed in the pet center. Xiao Guo specially prepared a separate room for Jingtan. This was a special treatment. The Jiao family was very worried when they found out that Jingtan was sick. They blamed themselves for neglecting Jingtan because they were busy with their own things. That was why Jingtan caught a cold. It wasn't a big deal for humans to catch a cold, but it was different for animals. A small illness could be dangerous if it wasn't treated properly, let alone Jingtan, who was gradually entering his old age in everyone's eyes. During his hospitalization, the Jiao family came to visit him several times a day. Their phones were turned on 24 hours a day in case something happened. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan were in their third year of middle school and high school respectively. Both of them had their monthly exams at the end of November. Because of Jingtan's illness, their exams were affected, especially little Pomelo. If it weren't for the Jiao Pa's supervision, she would have missed the exam. As for the Jiao Yuan, Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma didn't intend to tell the Jiao Yuan. Unexpectedly, the Jiao Yuan noticed something was wrong from Jiao Ma's condition. He called several eyes and ears in the villa complex to find out what was going on. Only then did he know that Jingtan was hospitalized, so he asked for leave and went back home that day. Knowing that the Jiao family wasn't in their best condition because of his illness, Jingtan felt very complicated. He probably didn't expect that he would have such a big influence. He felt a little guilty, but at the same time, he was a little happy. It was a good thing to be valued and cared about, because it proved that others cared about you. However, after this, Jingtan thought that he had to be more careful. In half a year, the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo would have important exams. He shouldn't get sick during this time. Even if he got sick, he had to hold it in until the two finished their exams. He didn't want to affect their performance in the exam. At that time, the Jiao family didn't spread Jingtan's condition, but Mao, who lived in the same building, found out very quickly. After he found out, Celestine also found out very quickly. The two of them even came to visit Jingtan a few times when they were free. It was just that Jingtan hadn't woken up at that time. Today, Celestine got off work early, so she brought Fatty Wei over. Mao also brought Yuan. These two brats weren't in kindergarten yet, so they had plenty of time. Thus, Jingtan heard the conversation between the two brats when he woke up. Speaking of brats, Xiao Mao somehow found out about Jingtan's illness. She asked Xiaozhua to bring her to the pet center to visit him. Jingtan only found out about this after that. As for Xiao Mao, who was already in elementary school, Jingtan couldn't just run over and talk to her whenever he wanted like that brat in kindergarten. They didn't have much time for outdoor activities, and they still had tasks to do in PE class. However, not long after school started, Xiao Mao told Jingtan about the PE class time. During PE class, half of the time was spent doing gymnastics or other sports with the PE teacher, and the other half was free time. Xiao Mao would run to the corner and talk to Jingtan. Today, Jingtan calculated the time and ran to a corner of the school field. He squatted on the wall and watched the little kids run around the field with the PE teacher. After all, the kids were still young, so they weren't too strict. After jogging for a while, they rested for a few minutes. Xiao Mao ran over and mysteriously told Jingtan that in order to celebrate Jingtan's recovery and discharge from the hospital, he had prepared a small gift that he made himself. When Jingtan heard that this brat had made it himself, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't that he was thinking too much. Last year, he received 2 gifts from this brat. 2 greeting cards. One was given during the Dragon Boat Festival. When the card was given, it came with a bottle of grape juice. Jingtan thought that it was for him to drink, but he didn't think that the bottle of grape juice was for the greeting card. Jingtan went home with mixed feelings and poured the grape juice on the opened greeting card. Not long after, he saw a large abstract-style dumpling painting on the greeting card. As for the second greeting card, it was given by Xiao Mao during the Mid-Autumn Festival. This time, there was no grape juice. Very good, but Jingtan used the time when there was no one at home to open the greeting card in his room. Then, according to Zhuo Mao's instructions, he held little Pomelo's hairdryer and blew on the greeting card for a long time. When the greeting card was hot, something appeared on it, an abstract-style painting of a mooncake. Zheng Tan's feelings at that time, therefore, now that Zhuo Mao said that he wanted to give Zheng Tan a small gift to celebrate his recovery, Zheng Tan's beard trembled. He was afraid that this brat would come up with an especially funny gift. The PE teacher blew the whistle to gather the students. Zhuo Mao quickly said to Zheng Tan, "The gift isn't ready yet. I'll give it to you after Christmas." Then, he ran away. Zheng Tan shook his head. Forget it, he didn't want to argue with this brat. Seeing that it was about time, Zheng Tan took a small stroll around the campus. Then, he ran to Jiao Pa's office at the Institute of Biological Sciences. Ever since he fell sick, Zheng Tan didn't have as much freedom as before. The Jiao family felt that they had trusted Zheng Tan too much in the past, and that was why this incident happened. They only found out about it after he fell sick for a long time. If they had found out about it a little later, would there have been an accident? The Jiao family was worried. Therefore, after he recovered, he was grounded at home for a week. After that, he ate specially prepared nutritious meals for a week. Zheng Tan couldn't take it anymore. It was too disgusting. Eating nutritious meals for a week was the result of his tolerance. After protesting several times, Zheng Tan finally stopped eating nutritious meals. However, the Jiao family felt that Zheng Tan's diet shouldn't be the same as before because he was gradually entering the old age stage. The food that was too strong and not good for cats was reduced. This made Zheng Tan feel very uncomfortable. However, this was already the Jiao family's concession. The Jiao Pa even told Yi Hao, Boss Kai, and Feng Baijin that even if Zheng Tan went to the Institute of Biological Sciences, he wouldn't be able to eat the delicious meal that he was looking forward to. Mao even joked that Zheng Tan wasn't hungry. If he was really hungry, he could eat anything. Zheng Tan didn't refute this. However, he wasn't starving right now, was he? Zheng Tan thought to himself cheekily. In fact, Zheng Tan really wanted to say that he was very healthy. He was so strong that he could easily lift the dining table at home. However, he couldn't say that. Moreover, the Jiao family was scared this time. They no longer listened to Zheng Tan's wishes like before. If it was possible, the Jiao family even hoped that Zheng Tan wouldn't go out and stay at home. Unfortunately, this was impossible. The Jiao Pa had already prepared lunch. After heating it in the microwave, it was Zheng Tan's lunch. After eating, Zheng Tan took an afternoon nap in the Jiao Pa's office. After that, he climbed out of the window and wanted to stretch his body. It had been a long time since he went to the small forest at the edge of the neighborhood. Zheng Tan decided to go for a run. He quickly jumped and shuttled through the forest. He was as fast and as familiar as before. He wasn't rusty. I'm not old. Zheng Tan thought. I'm still young. After running for a while, he felt much better from his gloomy mood. Zheng Tan squatted on a tree branch to rest. He looked at the fallen leaves in the forest that had already turned yellow. They swirled and fell as the wind blew. Zheng Tan remembered the dream he had when he was sick. It was strange. He could still remember the dream so clearly after waking up. Moreover, Zheng Tan gradually remembered where that dream had been. It was a place where demons ran wild. It was a place he used to like to pass time. Sometimes, when he was in a bad mood, he wouldn't even go to class. He would call a few of his friends and go there. However, was that really a dream? Zheng Tan lowered his head and looked at his cat paws. He let out a long sigh. After jumping down from the tree, Zheng Tan planned to go home. However, after taking 2 steps, he stepped on something. He pushed aside the leaves to take a look. It was a small piece of pencil. On it, he could see the words, 5B. It was probably lost by a student from the School of Fine Arts who came here to sketch. The higher the H value of a pencil, the harder and lighter it would be. The higher the B value, the softer and thicker it would be. A 5B pencil was suitable for some dark colors. Some students like to use a pen with a high B value to practice their control of the pen. Zheng Tan looked at the pencil under his feet for half a minute. He didn't care about the stains on the pencil. With the pencil in his mouth, he ran to the outer wall of the school that was relatively close to here. He stepped on a branch in a place where there was no one. When he was about 178 meters above the ground, he grabbed the pencil and wrote a line on the wall. Chapter 391. After he finished writing, Zheng Tan hid the pencil in the tree hole where he used to put his phone. He would need it in the future, so he was not in a hurry to throw it away. Although Zheng Tan had not been to the tree hole for a long time, there were no other animals living there, so it was quite clean. Zheng Tan picked up a plastic bag and wrapped the pencil in it. After he put it in the tree hole, he went home. Zhuo Kitten said that she would give him a present for Christmas. Zheng Tan could not guess what it was, but he calculated the time and knew that it would be soon. On Xiaoguo's side, Zheng Tan also participated in the double egg program about Christmas and New Year's Day. However, Xiaoguo did not let Zheng Tan run and jump vigorously anymore. It was probably because Zheng Tan's illness not long ago had frightened Xiaoguo and he had not recovered yet. Because of this, Zheng Tan's Christmas task was not heavy. According to the plan, he just had to make a few poses and take a picture. Xiaoguo also did not ask Zheng Tan to work overtime. When it was time, he asked Charlie to send Zheng Tan back safely. If he did not work overtime, he would not get overtime pay. Fortunately, Zheng Tan's savings over the past 6 months were enough to give him some red packet money. It was good to relax now. On the night of the 24th, the Jiao family had just finished dinner. They did not celebrate the Western festival like the students outside. Jiao Ma was still commenting on some of the phenomena in the news when the door of the house was knocked on. "Brother He." The person outside the door shouted as he knocked on the door. Jiao Ma, who had a dissatisfied expression because of some phenomena in the news, immediately laughed when she heard the sound and quickly went to open the door. Jiao family members liked Zhuo Kitten very much. She was smart and likable. Every time Zhuo Kitten came over, Jiao Ma would take out a lot of snacks for her. This time, little Zhuo brought Zhuo Kitten to the door with a box in his hand. "This is a gift from Kitten to Brother He to celebrate Black Charcoal's recovery. I hope that Black Charcoal will always be healthy," little Zhuo said as he handed over the box in his hand. "Oh, a gift from the kitten." Mama Jiao took the box and said with a smile. Zheng Tan was also curious and came over to take a look. Little kitten Zhuo couldn't wait to show off her gift. When the box was opened, there were some parts inside. Although they weren't pieced together, it could be seen that it would be a miniature bicycle when assembled. "Bicycle?" Jiao Ma was puzzled. "Yes." Little kitten Zhuo chuckled as she took out the parts and put them together with some effort. When she couldn't use her strength, little Zhuo came over to help. In less than 2 minutes, a miniature bicycle was assembled. It was only about half a meter long. The material used was strong but not heavy. It was very light. Jiao Ma estimated that it weighed less than half a kilogram. Kitten said that she used to drive a 4-wheeled car with black charcoal, and she missed it a lot. There are still pictures of the past pasted on the bedroom wall. Now that she's learning to ride a bicycle, she also wants to ride it with black charcoal for fun, little Zhuo explained. Many students in primary school ride bicycles, but they don't rely on this to go to school. They just ride it in their respective courtyards for fun. Little brats sometimes compete with each other. Little kitten Zhuo would no longer touch the 4-wheeled children's car that was completely used to deal with children. Instead, she was learning to ride a bicycle. Therefore, when she was thinking about preparing a gift for Zheng Tan, she thought about riding a bicycle. However, little kitten Zhuo was still young after all. She didn't consider Zheng Tan's uniqueness. In little kitten Zhuo's heart, Zheng Tan knew everything and was omnipotent. What's the big deal about riding a bicycle? However, even if Zheng Tan could ride a bicycle, considering some factors, he wouldn't ride it in broad daylight. When the 4-wheeled car was driven, he could still control it in a hidden place. Riding a bicycle was not possible. Riding a bicycle would attract a large number of cameras. Now that the internet was developed, electronic products were updated rapidly. Zheng Tan didn't want to be discussed on the internet. However, no matter what, this was little kitten Zhuo's kind intentions. It was a gift that he personally made. Although little Zhuo's help was indispensable, he had already given her his kind intentions. Compared to the previous 2 silly greeting cards, this was much better. This bicycle is really small. Can it be ridden? Jiao Ma asked. It can be ridden, and this is made according to the size of black charcoal. There are 2 auxiliary wheels. I just don't know if black charcoal can ride it. Little Zhuo laughed. In little Zhuo's opinion, this bicycle was not needed, but little kitten Zhuo wanted to make it, so she helped. She also asked a junior brother to get some strong and light materials. Jiao Ma didn't expect to use it, but this bicycle was the same as Zheng Tan's 4-wheeled cat car. It could be used as an ornament at home. In the end, Zheng Tan didn't ride the bicycle in front of these people. When little kitten Zhuo left, she was very disappointed. She also advised Zheng Tan to learn how to ride a bicycle early and go out for a walk. Unfortunately, this matter was probably not going to happen. This miniature bicycle was not dismantled for the time being. It was placed in Zhao Yuan's room. Anyway, Zhao Yuan now stayed at home for a short time every week. There was no place to put things, so he put them in his room. Zheng Tan didn't plan to ride the bicycle out, but for this bicycle, Zheng Tan still liked it very much. He had seen little kitten Zhuo play with a bicycle model toy before. It was a toy model car made of plastic. This bicycle was probably built according to those models. Little kitten Zhuo's current ability was not enough, so the main contributor was little Zhuo. There was no one in Zhao Yuan's room. Zheng Tan squatted in front of the bicycle. When no one was looking at the room, he reached out and lifted it. Yes, it was very light. For other cats, it was heavy, but for Zheng Tan, it was no problem at all. Zheng Tan planned to ride it when there was no one at home to play. Just as he was thinking, the Jiao Pa, who had just answered the phone in the master bedroom, shouted, "Black Charcoal, come here. You have a call." Usually, it was Mao or Celestine who called. However, they wouldn't call Zheng Tan directly. Usually, they would call the Jiao Pa to talk about something. Now, it was really hard to think of anyone who would call Zheng Tan directly. Zheng Tan came to the master bedroom and jumped onto the bedside table where the phone was placed. The phone was on speaker mode, and Zheng Tan could hear the sound of laughter on the other end. There were both men and women, and they seemed to be talking in hushed tones. There was laughter in their voices, but Zheng Tan could not recognize them. They were probably strangers. "Okay, Black Charcoal is here," the Jiao Pa said from the side. Then, there were 2 sounds on the other side of the phone, like the sound of flapping wings. Then, Zheng Tan heard a voice that he hadn't heard in a long time. "I didn't forget you forgot me, you even said the wrong name, this proves that you were lying to me, let's see what you say today, Zheng Tan." As soon as he heard this voice, Zheng Tan immediately took a few steps back. "CK, I'm not answering this guy's call." At the beginning of November, because the temperature in Chuhua City dropped sharply, the B*TCH bird was listless at home all day. However, after its owner took it to the warm south, the bird began to show off again. There was some laughter on the other side of the phone. It was obvious that there were a few people on the other side of the phone. They were probably the family of the B*TCH bird's owner, Professor Tan, who lived in the south. Professor Tan didn't let General Tan show off too much over the phone. Soon, he took the right to speak and started chatting with the Jiao Pa. Professor Tan had been in contact with the Jiao Pa before. Professor Tan had given the keys to his house on the 4th floor to the Jiao Pa. There were some plants in the house that needed to be watered. Although there was an automatic watering machine, he still had to check on them from time to time. Therefore, the Jiao Pa would go to Professor Tan's house on the 4th floor every week and then send him an email to explain the situation. The Jiao Pa talked about Zheng Tan's illness later on when he chatted with Professor Tan. Today's phone call wasn't made by Professor Tan. Instead, General Tan pecked the number with his beak in the name of showing concern for Jing Tan. In the end, when Jing Tan arrived, he heard the B*TCH birds singing an old song that it had just learned. He didn't know who taught it in Professor Tan's house. General probably hadn't finished singing on the other side. Professor Tan was still complaining that General was pecking the phone line to vent his anger. Apart from General Tan, Professor Tan had originally planned to call the Jiao Pa in the next 2 days. I heard that you were selected as this year's Provincial Person of the Year. Congratulations, said Professor Tan. Jing Tan was just about to leave when he heard the voice coming from the phone. He stopped in his tracks and decided to listen a little longer. Person of the Year? It sounded so awesome. However, when did Jiao Pa get selected as the Provincial Person of the Year? The Jiao Pa held the phone and caught a glimpse of Jing Tan's movements from the corner of his eye. He glanced over and then looked away. Then, he started chatting with Professor Tan. Only then did Jing Tan know that the so-called Person of the Year was actually an annual event held in the province to select outstanding people who had made outstanding contributions to the province, achieved impressive results, and embodied the spirit of the times. There were people from academia, finance, sports, entertainment, and other circles. Jiao Pa was one of the top 10 outstanding young teachers. In the eyes of some people, it was just an empty title. However, it was not easy to get this title. Not only did one have to be strong, but one also had to have a good relationship with others. Listening to the conversation between Jiao Pa and Professor Tan, it seemed like the two of them did not care much about this title. Generally speaking, people who did not care about this title were either jealous or sour grapes. Otherwise, they were people like Jiao Pa and Professor Tan who had already received better titles. Actually, if it were not for the previous accolades, the honor of this kind of annual awards would not have been given to Jiao Pa. Speaking of which, Jiao Pa had worked very hard for the past 2 years. He was so busy that he was rarely seen. His influence in the Institute of Biological Sciences was also getting bigger and bigger. Once, Jing Tan even overheard the Institute of Biological Sciences students talking about who would be the next person to carry the banner of the institute. Among the candidates, Jiao Pa's popularity was very high. The leaders of the institute also gave face to Jiao Pa. Even without talking about his ability, that red mouse was still jumping around in the laboratory. When the bosses of the related research teams voted, they had to consider Jiao Pa's contributions to the institute, right? The institute was planning to use this opportunity to do more public relations. This time, it was not only to the academic circle, but also to the general public. The award ceremony would also be broadcasted on the provincial TV station. Because it involved a wide range of people, including big entrepreneurs and CEOs of big companies, as well as more well-known sports and entertainment celebrities, the program's viewership ratings would also be higher. With this opportunity, how could the institute let go of this opportunity to make its presence known? Professor Tan had experience with this before, so this time, he called Jiao Pa to teach him some techniques. After all, it was not just about attending an award ceremony. He would also have to come into contact with famous people from all walks of life, including political figures. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Don't think that you can ignore people from other walks of life just because you are in the academic field. Otherwise, you will suffer.